Good afternoon. I call to order the closed session meeting of the Mayor and City Council at 3:30 p.m. Welcome and thank you for being here. Thanks to those viewing remotely. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez has not yet arrived. Councilmember Barr has not yet arrived. Councilmember Figueroa? Oh, Sanchez is here, sorry. Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Councilmember Charette? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Here.
Councilmember Flores?
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. Moving on to public comments for closed session. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have no public comments for closed session.
Thank you. Mrs. City Attorney, do you have any comments? Okay. Councilmember Ortiz, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just out of matter of interest, I am going to recuse myself from item A3, Manuel Ortiz versus City of San Bernardino. We both have the same attorney. And then also, I just want to note, we have no relation for anybody that was asking if we were related. We're not. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. We will now go into closed session at 3:31. Council, please proceed to the dais. We're going to begin the meeting. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for being here, and thanks to those viewing remotely. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor, Council Member, and the Mayor and City Council, acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of San Bernardino, the San Bernardino Housing Authority, and as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority at 5:14 p.m. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Councilmember Charette? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Here.
Councilmember Flores?
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here, thank you. We will now move on to invocation pledge. We have Dr. Reginald L. Woods from Life Changing Ministries will lead tonight's invocation. And Councilmember Sanchez, will you lead tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Please all rise.
There we go. Good evening to our mayor and members of the city council, to our city manager and to our city staff. Greetings and shalom. Before we get started in prayer, I want to share that tomorrow is National Day of Prayer. All across the nation, cities all across the nation will be gathering, and we'll be gathering at City Hall as we've done for many, many years. And so we invite you, if you're able to come down, to take time to be able to pray. How many know our city needs prayer? I didn't hear amen on that. We need prayer. So come on down if you can, and let's not just do a ceremony. Let's do some real praying at 12 o'clock for about 1 hour, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and pray. We're going to ask God's blessing upon our time. Father God, we acknowledge you first, creator of heaven and earth, the God of all wisdom and knowledge. We ask for your help tonight. We ask for your strength. We ask for your wisdom. The Bible says, unless the Lord builds a house, they labor in vain who built it. Lord, we need your help to build our city. We need your help to rebuild the broken parts. Help us to stay united, because you said in your word, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Help us to put our pride and egos aside. Help us to walk in self-control. Help us to be considerate of others. Help us to be the best servants to our communities. Help us to be examples to our young people. Lead and guide this meeting. We pray that our time together tonight will not be in vain. Rather, things will be said and done that will enhance the lives of the city, of our great city. We conclude this prayer by saying, we love you, Lord, and bless this time. Bless us as we do your will. In Jesus' name we pray. We say, amen. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reginald Woods, and thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Closed session report. Mr. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor and council met to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. There is only one reportable action, and it is related to item A, Romanet 1, related to Richard Anthony Martinez versus the city. The council unanimously decided to settle that case for a total of $450,000, but only $300,000 of which the city will be responsible for. That concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to presentations. We do have 3 presentations. We'll start with the first one, Proclamation for Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month in the City of San Bernardino, May 2026. I would like to ask Michael Shikora, Aquatics Manager, Justin Chandler, and Anthony Jimenez, Community Services Program Coordinators, along with the Parks and Recreation staff and Director. Please come on stage. Council, would you like to join me on to the front? What a great showing. Okay, we have the proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming May 2026 as Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month in the City of San Bernardino. Whereas drowning is a leading cause of unintentional injury-related death, particularly among children, and remains a preventable public health issue affecting communities across the nation, including the City of San Bernardino. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, approximately 4,000 people die from unintentional drowning each year in the United States, an average of 11 lives lost every day. And an estimated 8,000 individuals receive emergency care for non-fatal drowning incidents annually. And whereas research consistently shows that participation in formal swim lessons can reduce the risk of drowning among children by up to 88%. And whereas the City of San Bernardino is committed to advancing water safety through education, access, and prevention strategies aligned with statewide efforts such as the California Water Safety Strategy, and whereas the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Department, through its Aquatics Division, provides critical services including swim lessons, lifeguard supervision, public education, and community outreach events that promote safe behaviors in and around water. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Mayor and the City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month in the City of San Bernardino, and commend the City of San Bernardino Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, Aquatics Division, for the continued efforts to prevent drowning and promote water safety for all residents and visitors, and that they encourage everyone to practice safe behaviors in and around the water this summer and throughout the year, presented on the 6th day of May 2026.
I just wanted to thank everyone who came out today in support of Water Safety Month. We are running our social media campaign right now, so every day on our City of San Bernardino Parks and Recreation Instagram, we will be posting a new water safety tip just to keep everyone informed and interested and engaged in Water Safety Month. So thank you guys.
There's an important event coming up, right? It's a fun annual event. I always bring my kids out to it. So what is it?
So the event is going to be Water Safety Day. It's going to be June 6th from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Jerry Lewis Family Swim Center. It is a free event. We do offer resources, swim evaluations, and a lot of just fun activity going on. So we hope to see you guys all out there.
Thank you. Truly, it is a fun day. Please all come out. Big round of applause and quick picture. Next presentation, we have the proclamation for Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Awareness Month in the city of San Bernardino, May 2026, presented to Lori Marsden, Deputy Chief of Staff, Government Pillar of Yuhaviatam of San Manuel Nation. Would you come up on stage? And I want to give a shout out to the facilities maintenance. You guys turned our city hall with a red, beautiful light to acknowledge the awareness. So thank you so much. And I believe everyone is in Sacramento for the awareness right now with Assemblymember James Ramos. So thank you for being here to accept this. A proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming May 2026 as Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Awareness Month in the city of San Bernardino. Whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, homicide was a leading cause of death among American Indian and Alaska Native people, and Native women experiencing disproportionately high rates of violence, including domestic violence and intimate partnered homicide. And whereas the Federal Bureau of Investigation reported over 10,000 incidents of missing American Indian and Alaska Native persons in 2024, with a significant number involving women and juveniles, while available data remains incomplete and underreported. And whereas studies, including those by the Urban Indian Health Institute, show that many cases occur in urban areas, with young people disproportionately affected, and California ranking among the states with the highest rates. And whereas California is home to the largest population of American Indians in the nation, making awareness, prevention, and action on this crisis especially critical. And whereas since 2018, California's first and only Native American legislator, a lifetime San Bernardino resident, has made significant strides in addressing the missing and murdered Indigenous people crisis locally and statewide by bringing together partners to advance awareness, education, and advocacy. And whereas the Yuhaviatam, a San Manuel Nation, has established a youth-led missing and murdered Indigenous people advocacy group dedicated to standing for justice and supporting families impacted by this crisis. And whereas the state of California has taken steps to address this issue through initiatives such as the Feather Alert system and expanded partnerships with tribal law enforcement to improve response, coordination, and support for affected families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and the City Council of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Awareness Month in the city of San Bernardino, and reaffirm our commitment to raising awareness, supporting Indigenous communities, and advancing efforts to prevent violence and bring justice to victims and their families. We encourage all residents to stand in solidarity with Indigenous communities, honor the lives of those lost, and support continued advocacy, education, and action. Presented on the 6th day of May 2026.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this proclamation and bringing attention to this crisis that is a national crisis, not only for American Indian, Alaska Native, but also First Nation communities in Canada. And just wanted to appreciate that. I know Assemblymember Ramos has been a strong advocate for this as well, and they are currently at the state bringing awareness there with a number of our leaders. I'm here on behalf of Yuhaviatam of San Manuel Nation MMIP Advocacy Group, a group of young adults who have been at this advocacy work since 2018, testifying at the state level and other spaces, and 4 years ago started their first MMIP 5K to bring education and awareness to this crisis. They just held their MMIP 5K on April 26th and are looking forward to doing their 5th annual one next year at the Cal State San Bernardino campus. So thank you for this proclamation, for also acknowledging with the red lights around the City Hall building as well, and just bringing attention to that and support of our American Indians. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next presentation of Loma Linda University Health's Heart Initiative and proclamation honoring the retirement of Richard H. Hart, MD, Dr. PH, Loma Linda University Health. June 30th, 2026, presented to Dr. Richard Hart. Are you here? Yes, come up on stage. President of the Loma Linda University Medical Center. We have a proclamation.
I'm sure you do.
Yes, you. A proclamation of the Mayor and City Council honoring the retirement of Dr. Richard H. Hart in the city of San Bernardino. Whereas Richard Hart has dedicated an extraordinary career to advancing the mission of Loma Linda University Health, a globally respected institution known for its commitment to whole person care, education, and service. And whereas through the years of distinguished leadership, clinical excellence, and unwavering compassion, Dr. Hart has made a lasting impact on patients, students, colleagues, and the broader Inland Empire community. And whereas as a respected leader within Loma Linda University Health, Dr. Hart has helped shape the organization's vision and uphold its values of integrity, excellence, teamwork, compassion, and wholeness. And whereas Dr. Hart's legacy continues mentoring future generations of healthcare professionals and fostering a culture of service that extends far beyond the walls of the institution. And whereas Dr. Hart will conclude his distinguished service upon retirement on June 30th, 2026, marking the culmination of a remarkable career dedicated to improving lives and strengthening the community. And whereas the city of San Bernardino recognizes and celebrates the profound contributions Dr. Hart has made to the region and expresses its gratitude for a career defined by dedication, leadership, and service. And now, therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino do hereby honor and congratulate Dr. Richard Hart on the occasion of his retirement and extend best wishes for his continued health, happiness, and fulfillment in his next chapter. Presented on the 6th day of May, 2026. This. And Dr. Hart, you have a special message to share with the San Bernardino community, don't you?
I do. At least you didn't say how old I was, Helen, so that's good. You know, as I sit here thinking back, there may be a freeway that separates Loma Linda and San Bernardino, but we've always considered San Bernardino our city. And through the years, if you go back and look at Loma Linda's history, in 1907, 2 years after Loma Linda started, so this is 120 years ago, there's a newspaper account of a faculty member from Loma Linda coming over to a high school in San Bernardino and giving a health lecture to 2,500 people. So the history's gone on. In the 1960s, when I was a medical student, the medical students looked about and said there's people not getting adequate health care here. They identified two groups. Some of you will remember them: migrant farm workers and hippies. The hippies were all coming to Southern California at that time, so they started evening clinics to care for those. And that went on from the mid-60s to about the mid-80s. We ran out of space, too many patients. We started looking around for additional buildings. And actually, the last time I met with the city council, they said, come and we're going to sell you for a cheap price a old school building you weren't using just west of the freeway. I walked into the thing. I had it all set up. I met with every city council member personally, walked in and said, sorry, we just sold it to somebody else. So the last time I was here, I was disappointed. So. But following that, it was actually the best thing could have happened, because within a year, Norton Air Force Base converted to civilian use, and we have ended up getting eventually a clinic there we call SAC Norton. The whole SAC clinic became a federally qualified health center, kept on growing. We ran out of space there. Mayor Morris worked with him to get space over on G Street. We built another clinic there, ran out of space there. And now they bought the old the building opposite Costco and putting a brand new clinic in that building as well. My hope, frankly, in retirement is to reuse the old Norton Clinic now as another evening low-cost clinic, because we still have a lot of needs around here that don't get met. So it's been a privilege for Loma Linda to be an active part of this community for years, and we will continue to do that. I may be retiring, but I've not run out of gas yet, so we'll keep on working on various projects, and Loma Linda is very committed to serving this community. So thank you very much. I think, should we go on into the heart?
Yes.
So one of the latest initiatives I want to introduce, and maybe J.C. Belliard, if you want to come up now, one of our board members at Loma Linda, by the name of Dr. Daniel Dawes, is active with the drug company called Novartis, and they've agreed to get grant money to 3 cities that are in need of health services: Nashville, Detroit, and San Bernardino. So this is starting a major project called the HEART Project, and this time spelled H-E-A-R-T, here in San Bernardino. And we're partnering with many of our community members. And I'll ask J.C. Belliard, one of our faculty members at Loma Linda and director of our Institute for Community Partnerships, to introduce these people and share a little bit about the project.
Great. So I think the reason Dr. Hart asked me to join is because he's been my one boss in the 33 years I've been at Loma Linda. So from student to faculty, and from dean, professor, and president. And Dr. Hart won't tell you his age, but he might be over 100 years old, because we're from a blue zone, and everyone looks a lot younger, and we all try to keep up with Dr. Hart, and his next stage in his retirement is actually going to be very exciting for the city of San Bernardino. So the HEART initiative is really something that we have an opportunity to expand the blue zone. We're tired at Loma Linda of talking about the blue zone as one zip code, and we're excited to expand it into our sister city right here next door, where we spend a lot of time. And we have some of our community advisory members, Dr. Wade Ford from 16th Street, if you can stand up, please. Danette Batiste from Healthy Heart Nation, another partner. Christina Baines, one of our medical students and future cardiologist from the Cardiology Interest Group. And this is what's really exciting, is getting different generations involved, right? We're looking at longevity and cardiovascular health for the city of San Bernardino. And it's a wonderful opportunity to partner and really support some of the health initiatives that you have, and we come together. So IEHP has a Vibrant Villages initiative, which is a blue zone initiative in the city of San Bernardino, and we're aligning with them so we can look at baseline health and then really get some of the things that we have in the blue zone expanded here, and also learn from San Bernardino as well. So we're very excited in partnering and look forward to the next 5 years and beyond. And this is dedicated to Dr. Hart. Yeah.
If you're going to do that, I should introduce my wife. I usually forget this. But my wife, Judy, who's kept me going all these years, and one of our 9 grandkids, Abby Jacks. You guys can stand up. So thank you all very much. It's a privilege to be here and work with the city.
I'd like to ask, because now we're going to take this grand picture to honor you, Dr. Hart, your family and your whole team, please come up, because this is a huge deal for the city of San Bernardino with the Hart Initiative and your leadership. Please come up so we can take a big group picture. Are we excited, San Bernardino, with the Hart Initiative? Making our city a blue zone? We're good? Okay, thank you. Big round of applause for Dr. Hart. Thank you, Dr. Hart and Loma Linda. Thank you so much for thinking about our city. Thank you, council. We will now move on to appointments.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Ortiz, do you have a question?
No, I was going to,
Oh, are you going to motion?
I'd like to motion to approve Dave Melinarski for reappointment to the Water Board.
Second with a comment.
Okay. Do we have any public comments?
We have no public comments.
No public comments? Okay. Councilmember Sanchez, do you have a comment?
I am excited to vote on Dave Molinarski. I know other names have been thrown out to replace you, but you've always had my endorsement, and I'm excited for you to serve another term and continue to do the good work that you've been doing.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
And Mayor Tran.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council. And just for the, I know that just went through really quick. It is the Water Board reappointment of Mr. David Milinarski. Thank you so much for your service. Would you like to come up to be recognized?
Do the oath first? I'll do the oath first? Yeah. Okay. Yes, we're going to do that. Okay, yes. Please raise your right hand and state "I," and then state your name, and I'll read the oath.
I, David Molnarski,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter. Please say yes. Or I do.
I do. I do. And yes.
All right, and I'll have you sign in the back.
Okay.
Right here. Oh, don't? No. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Thank you for willing to come back and stay committed to serve on the water board. As we know, the water is a very essential part of our livelihood, especially in the city of San Bernardino. And your work has done great work with the water department. So thank you so much. And just want to recognize you. And will you say a few words?
Sure. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve not only the water board, but also the constituents of the council and the mayor. And we have a lot of work to do yet. And our GM, Miguel Guerrero, is in the audience. And it's good to have his support. And I just appreciate the opportunity. And, you know, we're just trying to deliver good resources to the city of San Bernardino. So thank you, Mayor, very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, Miguel, why don't you join us? You're the general manager of the water. Again, thank you, Mr. Milinarski, for the commitment, and thank you, council, for approving that appointment. We will now move on to public hearing. Item number 5, proposed fiscal year 2026-27 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership, and Emergency Solutions Grant Programs. I'm opening the public hearing at 5:46 p.m. Could staff provide a presentation on this item?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. The item before you tonight is the first public hearing of the city's fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan. And the purpose of the annual action plan is for the city to outline how it intends to fully spend the CDBG, home, and ESG allocations that will be provided by HUD in this upcoming fiscal year. Specifically, HUD requires 2 public hearings. Tonight's hearing, the intent of it is to gather any community feedback or input. And then the second public hearing is scheduled for June 17th. And the purpose of that meeting will be to obtain the mayor and council's consideration and approval of the final plan. The final plan is what's actually submitted to HUD for HUD's approval. Starting with CDBG, these funds support a wide range of activities that primarily benefit low to moderate income residents. And these eligible activities include public services and facilities, housing, rehabilitation, and economic development, planning and administration, and all activities must benefit low to moderate income persons, prevent or eliminate slums or blight, and meet an urgent need. Public services for CDBG are capped at 15% of the entire CDBG allocation, and examples of public services would include things like homeless outreach and case management, domestic violence assistance, youth programs, senior services such as meal deliveries, and mental health support. And in addition, HUD requires that the city meets a timeliness deadline, meaning that no more than 1.5 of the city's entire CDBG allocation can remain in the city's coffers. They give the money for the city to use. And I'm happy to say that the city is in compliance of this HUD timeliness requirement. This slide outlines the proposed allocation for administrative cost with CDBG funds and the Section 108 loan repayment. Administrative cost for CDBG is capped at 20%, and it supports activities such as planning, staff support, technical work, and by technical work, I mean help with environmentals, help with ensuring that the city remains compliant with federal regulations and federal requirements. And in terms of the Section 108 loan, the city has one remaining payment left that totals $652,290.90. And upon that payment, the city will have met its loan obligations, so we'll be free and clear. Public services will receive the maximum allowable amount, which will then be distributed to 5 different agencies. And to be clear, public services can only utilize 15% of the entire CDBG allocation. And I also want to point out that the amounts that you see for CDBG moving forward with home and ESG, they're only estimates, and they're based on our prior year's allocation. When we return on June 17th, we will have the actual amounts that the city will receive. But for this presentation, we do intend to utilize the full maximum allowable amount for public services. We will distribute these funds to 5 different agencies, the first being Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board in the amount of $70,000. This agency continues to provide services that assist the city in furthering fair housing, dealing with landlord-tenant issues. We will provide $195,000 to the San Bernardino Police Department. These funds will continue to support the Quality of Life team and work in coordination with the city's homeless outreach team. We're looking at $40,000 to the Neighborhood Housing Services of the Inland Empire. This organization is longstanding in the city, and it provides housing-focused financial counseling, stabilization support, and matched savings incentives to low and moderate income households. Family Service Association, the amount set is $41,000. This agency intends to provide a senior nutrition program, delivering home-delivered meals to our eligible older adults residing in the city. And then we are setting aside $1,030,651 for public facilities or public improvement projects, and this will enhance community accessibility, safety, and overall quality of life. Home funds allocated by HUD, they have specific uses, and there's also specific timelines for how the funds are used. The city must commit and spend these funds within the certain time frame provided by HUD, or the city stands at risk of having those funds clawed back. Eligible uses include affordable housing projects, home rehabilitation projects, first-time home buyer assistance, and new construction. The city has 2 years to commit its home allocation, and it has 5 years to fully expend the home allocation. The city anticipates receiving approximately $1.1 million in home funds for the upcoming fiscal year. Administrative costs for these funds are capped at 10%, with the remaining funds allocated to an eligible affordable housing project that's yet to be determined. The city is also entitled to receive ESG funds, and these are federal funds that provide targeted funding to address homelessness and housing instability. Eligible uses include street outreach, improvement of homeless shelters, operation of homeless shelters, rapid rehousing, and homelessness prevention. Funds must be obligated within 180 days of the HUD grant agreement, and they must be expended within 24 months of the HUD grant agreement. The ESG administrative costs are capped at 7.5%. This year, the city received only 2 applications, of which only 1 was eligible to be considered for ESG funding. The Salvation Army is recommended to receive the city's ESG fund to support the eligible activities just mentioned. And for the sole purpose of tonight, staff is only seeking public comment on the proposed fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan. Any feedback received tonight will be incorporated as appropriate into the report. into the final plan, and staff will return on June 17th with that final plan for the mayor and council's consideration and approval prior to submission to HUD. And that concludes this presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any requests from the public to
Yes.
speak? We do? Okay.
Yes, we have 4 requests to speak, from Ron Alvarado, Ali Dazzle, Pluto Arza, and Les.
Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. My name is Ron Alvarado. I am a resident of the First Ward, a professional fraud investigator, and a candidate for the First Ward Council seat. Tonight, we are discussing the annual action plan for millions of dollars in federal grants. These funds, CDBG, Home, and ESG, are intended to be a lifeline for our most vulnerable residents and a tool for neighborhood revitalization. However, for these funds to actually move the needle in San Bernardino, we must move away from the business-as-usual approach to grant management. In my professional career, I investigate the misuse of public resources. I see firsthand how easily large blocks of federal funding can be siphoned off into administrative bloat or consultant fees, while the actual streets and families they are meant to help see very little benefit. As you direct staff to finalize this plan for HUD, I am calling for a fundamental shift towards transparency. Every dollar in this action plan must be tied to a clear, audible metric of success. We need to ensure that these resources reach our neighborhoods, specifically the west side and downtown areas that have faced systematic neglect by this council. We cannot allow these grants to become a revolving door for political donors or vague studies. I urge the council to include a robust oversight framework in this plan that prioritizes direct community impact. Let's make sure these funds are spent on the pavement, in our housing, and in our shelters, not just in the back rooms of City Hall. Our residents deserve to see evidence of this investment in our daily lives. Let's move San Bernardino forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Les, I'm going to keep it short, but I wish that we can do some special meetings for this. You know, I would love for special meetings. You guys make special meetings for everything else, litigation. So I would like for special meetings, if you guys can, about this. And then on, like he said, the transparency needs to really needs to happen. It doesn't need to be under the table. Every amount we need to be able to see, and that's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ollie, and I am a member of the South San Bernardino County Youth Advisory Board on Homelessness. I am here tonight to speak in strong support of item 5. The CDBG and home funds are the lifeblood of our neighborhoods. By approving this plan, you are ensuring that we continue to provide safe, affordable housing and vital public services that many families rely on every day. In a time when many in San Bernardino are suffering from rising costs, these federal partnerships maintain the stability and dignity of our community. I urge the council to move forward with this plan and authorize the necessary steps to ensure the funding from HUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pluto Arasa, and I'm from the County Youth Advisory Board on Homelessness. I'm here to ask you to support the item number 5 plan for the new year. I'm mostly looking at part of this plan that helps people who are struggling or don't have a place to live. We all know that homelessness is a huge issue in San Bernardino right now. And this federal money is what pays for the shelters and the programs that helps people get back on their feet. We can't afford to miss out on this funding. It is important that we get the paperwork done and the budget set so this money can actually get to our streets where it's needed. Please vote yes on this so we can keep helping our neighbors who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. I'm now closing the hearing at 5:59 PM for deliberation action. I do see a comment from Councilmember Ortiz, followed by Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess when I look at the eligible uses for the home program, the two that really stand out to me are the home rehabilitation projects and then the first-time buyer, home buyer assistance. And so if I'm reading the annual plan, that the home rehabilitation projects is allocated for $20,000?
So actually, we're not talking about the ORP program, we're talking about the home program, right? We have not allocated any particular program for the estimated 1.1 million yet. It's just talking about eligible activities for a home. Is that what you were referring to?
Okay, because what I hear, and we have this big focus on, of course, homelessness and taking people off the streets. But one of the things that I hear a lot in my district and from, residents throughout the city is that, well, what about the people that are still in their home as they continue to deteriorate because the cost and the price of everything is going up? And so as this moves forward, I think, we look at large scale, there are a couple residents right now where they're redoing the re-roofing, which could be up towards to a $30,000, $40,000 assessment, but there are such small things like just paint or lawn care or landscaping to get them out of, code enforcement. And so I really like the idea of that, but expanding into just maintaining, helping to deplete blight. And then the first-time home buyer assistance program, I think, is something that's extremely valuable. I know interest rates are high right now, but I'm watching a lot of homes go up for sale, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to have the people that live here own here. And so I appreciate seeing these eligible uses, and I really hope we take the time to start committing to not being a city that rents, but a city that owns and controls what we do every day. So, and which will help really diminish the amount of slumlords that come in, buy properties, and are able to do whatever they want with them and at our residents' expense. So thank you.
Exactly. I'd like to kind of piggyback too, just to give clarity on that, Councilmember Ortiz. So we estimate 1.1, we probably will get more than that. And even though it's a nice amount, it's not that significant. So we're going to more than likely release a NOFA, and we will list the eligible activities, and hopefully we will get qualified vendors that could actually use the funds for said purposes. That's our goal.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to piggyback on the whole, the slumlords that we have in our city. Our code enforcement is aware of a lot of issues that haven't been addressed. I myself have talked to some of our residents, and they are living in very bad sanitary and health conditions in their units. I'm finding out that one of those main landlords isn't really fixing those units that would consist of the families having to move out for them to go in and fix them. Is there any way that we can possibly put some money aside for those families and work in collaboration with those landlords so that they can finally fix those units because let's say a family has lived there for over 10 years, 20 years, they haven't been able to address the issues that they've had. That's something that I've been trying to, address, and if we have that funding available, I think that would be nice for our families, so that way they're not out on the streets or evicted while their units are getting fixed.
Yeah, and that does sound like a wonderful recommendation, but to be clear, HUD has really strict guidelines on how the funds are used. The city can't just set aside funds for even well-intended purposes like that. We literally have a process where we have to vet qualified applicants, those that are eligible, those that meet HUD's guidelines, and then do, in a sense, a public, transparent bid process. so that we can justify not only who we're giving the funds to, but that that entity is capable of delivering the services. So it's very long and daunting. The short answer is we, the city, can't just set the
Can we
funds
do,
aside.
can we do something along the lines of what we do with the homeowners that are low income also? Maybe have the tenants apply for these funds instead, and then have either our city find eligible contractors to fix those units for those landlords that are not addressing those issues. I mean, there has to be a way to fix these housing units that we have.
And that's where the advocacy needs to come from on a higher level with state or federal government. So the way the home funds can be used, we absolutely can do a rehabilitation program, but it's owner occupied. Unfortunately, the guidelines do not allow the funds to be used for rental properties. You have to be the owner, and you have to be low to moderate income.
It's unfortunate to find out. Also, I saw the list of all I believe it's an attachment number 3 on the packets. I'm not sure what page on the main file is, but there's several agencies listed there. Some I haven't really heard of, and I'm wondering, what are we having them report under the HMIS county system also, or the city system? Report of what they're doing every month, so that way when it comes to reporting back to HUD, we do have the impact that they've caused with the money that they've gotten.
That's only required for ESG and CDBG. For HMIS, that's a Homeless Management Information System, and that would only relate to homeless-related activities.
And
But
some
I
of
can-
them do address homelessness that I'm seeing on the
Yes,
list.
for addressing homelessness. Does that answer your question?
I just want to make sure that these agencies are going to be reporting properly, because I know when you first came on board, there were some nonprofits we gave money to, and then they weren't able to give us any figures for HUD. I want to prevent that from happening. If there's any training that we can give to some of these agencies, so that we make sure that us on our end, the city, we can tell HUD exactly how those funds were used.
So any agencies that we award are vetted. They have to be connected to our county COC system. They have to be signed up with HMIS. That's a requirement from the federal government. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Figueroa.
I'm almost ready to approve this annual action plan. I just have an additional supplemental direction for staff. The San Bernardino Public Works is being allocated under this proposal just a little over $1 million. I think that in order to make sure that we have an open, fair, and transparent process, that instead of the staff coming back with proposals for how that money is going to be spent, that we give you some sort of direction today as to what appetite the council has. I think that in the past, we've been able to harvest more out of this sort of investments from CDBG funding when it goes to parks and public spaces. And so what I would encourage, and I hope my colleagues are in favor of, is that we have an umbrella improvement category, because I know that the reporting requirements for CDBG funding are significantly more extensive than funding sources from other places. And so if we can either, if staff can come back either with proposals for park improvements for specifically bathrooms, playgrounds, or other amenities to spend this $1 million, and leverage that with maybe any projects that are underfunded or that need additional capital to be viable options, I would encourage staff to come back with those. And so again, a focus on parks, and whether it's playground, bathrooms, or any other type of facility. But that we make sure that we stay within that category, so we have one governing document that we report back to the feds with, as opposed to having to do one of those reporting documents for every individual project. And I think that would allow us to save tens of thousands of dollars in administrative costs. So that would be my motion to approve the annual action plan with that supplemental staff direction.
And I will second that.
Okay, Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes, thank you. And we actually have used CDBG funding for capital improvement projects in the past as well. So aware that we are able to use it for that purpose. But I also think it is important for us to look at the housing crisis that we have, right? And not just those who have already lost their housing, but also prevent it as well. And so definitely it's important for us to look at, and I don't remember which council member was talking about it, so my apologies. But yes, there's got to be something that we can do in order to prevent a family from becoming homeless, losing their home, right? If it's something as simple as a plumbing issue or a roofing issue, or there's something else that's, perhaps even something caused by, it's a natural disaster, right? Or whether it's an earthquake, or maybe there's a fire or a mudslide or something like that. Now it causes that family to be displaced. Are there funds that we can actually use for something like that, for emergency purposes? Let's say there was a fire, and can we help that family out who has lost their home because of something like that?
So there is a possibility to use it for like rental assistance. HUD has really specific areas on how the dollars can be spent. We could provide assistance to renters, but understand we only have roughly 1.1 million. So council just give direction on how you would like the home fund spent. These are just ideas, because we do not have any tangible project at this time. So when we do release the NOFA, we can narrow down what we're looking for. If your preference is for rental assistance that can even cover emergency situations, let us know. But again, first-time home buyer, owner-occupied, it's a multitude of things. Just give us direction on how you would like it.
Thank you. And you bring up a great point that the need far outweighs the resources that are available to us, and that's just unfortunate. I wish we could do more, but unfortunately, we only have, just a little bit to work with, and so I wish we had more. At one of the recent meetings, I think it was at the budget meeting, we had a lot of speakers come up regarding the arts, right? And one of the eligible uses for CDBG funding is to prevent and eliminate blight, right? And I certainly want to be supportive of the arts. Just for my education, is CDBG funding, can we allocate a certain amount, and it's just for my education, whether it's this one or in the future, for public art, right, to prevent blight in our city, whether it be in the downtown area, the East Street corridor, perhaps even in our parks as well, so that we can also work and collaborate together with the arts community.
Yeah, that's
Is that something that we can do?
Absolutely an eligible activity. It would have to wait till the next open portal for CDBG funds, because this portal has closed, and so, but it is an eligible activity.
Okay, so then I would like to, in the future, when it does come up again, let's explore that a little bit more as well, so that we can continue to work together with the arts community for public art, for the purposes of preventing or eliminating blighted areas in our city as well. So that was also.
And council member, I just want to add one thing. So the way this works is applicants have to apply. It's not like the city can say, hey, we know there's a great organization, we want to give you some money. We have to get the word out so that they can apply during that time frame, and then we can vet them. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, any further comments? Thanks.
I just had a question. I'm not opposed to the park stuff, but we were spending millions of dollars in parks right now. And so I guess when I hear the direction of umbrelling for public works or the money set aside for public works than for park and recreation, I guess my question is to Lynn, and a part of this is, do you see anything as we prepare to take direction that you think is within that scope of that $1 million vital that you can be doing before we redirect? Because I think Public Works is just as important as Park and Recreation, if not even at this point a little bit more, given how far out we are in infrastructure.
Councilmember, yes, I believe that we have a list of several ideas for the community. One of the critical areas that we heard last year and continues to be an issue is the restrooms in the parks. And so we do have identified some portable, or I guess we would call them modular restrooms that we would be able to focus on. I think that's been one of the things we've consistently heard of is the need for the restrooms in the parks, and that kind of, complements what we've heard tonight.
Thank you. Any further comments from council? No? Councilmember Ibarra.
Just real quick, just to confirm, so for the home funding, those haven't been allocated to any agency yet?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion second. Madam City Clerk, can you repeat the motion second? Because there's a supplemental statement to that.
Yes, the motion is to have staff create an umbrella category that would focus on funding and come back with a list of projects for park improvements, including restrooms and playground equipment, and any other projects that need funding.
Thank you. There's a motion second. Madam City Clerk, please call for the vote. Digital voting.
Yeah, Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette, Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Moving on to the next public hearing item, item number 6. Correct, that's part of the whole reading. We had to put on the reading for the record, council member. Not a problem. Item number 6, introduction of ordinance amending various sections of the Title 15 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code adopting the new 2025 building code. Staff is requesting to continue this item to June 3rd, 2026. I am opening the public hearing at 6:15 p.m. Staff has requested to continue this item to the June 3rd, 2026. Can I get a motion to continue this item to the June 3rd, 2026? There's a motion by Councilmember Charette and second by Councilmember Ortiz. Madam City Clerk, please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Moving on to next public hearing item, number 7, specific plan amendment 23-01, subdivision 23-05, tentative tract map 20595, University Hills specific plan. For this item, there is an administrative correction. The ordinance number listed on the agenda is MC 1665. However, the correct ordinance number is MC 1664, as accurately reflected in the staff report. I am opening the public hearing at 6:16 p.m. Could staff provide a presentation on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council and community. Tonight, specific plan amendment 23-01 and subdivision 23-05. The request is the adoption of the addendum to the final environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, approval of specific plan amendment 23-01, approval of subdivision 23-05, and to dissolve development agreement number 08-02. It's located on a 404-acre site at several APNs within the University Hills specific plan. The project site is located in the northern portion of the city of San Bernardino, immediately north of the California State University San Bernardino campus and adjacent to several debris basins operated by San Bernardino County Flood Control District. The site encompasses approximately 404 acres of vacant land within the western foothills of the San Bernardino Mountains. Elevations range from 1,600 feet to 2,600 feet at the highest point. Badger Hill is just south of the site and contains an observatory used by Cal State for educational purposes. Here we have the planned areas for the entirety of the project for reference. Moving on to the discussion. This project is the first amendment to the University Hills specific plan, originally approved in 2008. It proposes adoption of the amendment to the final subsequent environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. along with modifications to the land use plan and a reduction in overall development intensity. The amendment also includes the subdivision of 327 single-family residential lots and removal of development agreement number 08-02. For background, the project started in 1993 as the Paradise Hills specific plan with a proposal of 504 units, but it was never built. In 2005, it was renamed the University Hills specific plan with some movement. In 2008, a subsequent environmental impact report was done per the DERC, which is a Development Environmental Review Committee's direction, and subsequently adopted by the mayor and common council. Between 2008 and 2005, the current amendment and subdivision applications were submitted, and on January 13th, 2026, Planning Commission recommended forwarding this to the mayor and city council for approval. The amendment makes several key changes. It reduces planning areas from 24 to 4, reduces density from 20 dwelling units per acre to 3, increases open space from about 235 to 300 acres, and reduces total units from 980 to 327. It also updates park plans, circulation, and design guidelines to focus on single-family residential development. The project includes a tentative track map. The tentative track map implements the University Hills specific plan. Subdivision 23-05 subdivides approximately 338 acres into 327 single-family residential lots. There are 3 primary lot configurations ranging from 2,700 square feet to 4,500 square feet. The layout was designed around the water department's 75-inch foothill pipeline and site slope conditions. The subdivision also includes landscaping, a passive park, water quality basins, roadways, hiking trails, and open space. For connectivity, the project adds pedestrian and bicycle routes with amenities like benches, bike racks, shade structures, lighting, and trail signage. For circulation, it retains access from the Campus Parkway and Badger Canyon Road and adds 2 new vehicle access points. Utilities and infrastructure include water, wastewater, storm drainage, electricity, natural gas, street lighting, and sidewalks, and all utilities will be underground and existing power lines will be relocated. The project's landscaping includes trees, shrubs, and ground cover to create a unified look, improve views, and stabilize the slopage out there. Streetscape features like lighting, signs, and benches help create a consistent community identity. Native and drought-tolerant plants, efficient irrigation, and runoff management are implemented. Recreation areas are designed for different ages and abilities, with canopy trees for shade, outdoor furniture, and a mix of hard and soft paving. Active areas use turf and grass, while passive areas use drought-tolerant species. Lighting is designed for safety and visibility, guiding vehicles and pedestrians while following dark sky guidelines. All lighting is LED shielded and generally under 15 feet in exposure. Off-site improvements include drainage, water, sewer, fuel modification zones, and roadway improvements. There is no specific construction phasing plan, but infrastructure like roads, water, and sewer will come first, with construction expected from January 2027 to March 2029. The applicant is requesting dissolution of Development Agreement 08-02 because key requirements from the 5-year performance plan were not met. This includes right-of-way acquisition, infrastructure plans, and Phase 1 residential plans. Many of the original terms are also no longer relevant, such as maintenance responsibilities, park provisions, impact fees, and student housing components. The agreement will be replaced with a memorandum of understanding with Cal State San Bernardino to preserve access rights, campus protection, and operational coordination. These will be formalized through conditions of approval and an encroachment agreement recorded on the property. Excuse me. Finally, the project is compatible with the general plan. Here we have access to the main site, just showing both access points. Here we have Access 1, it's Campus Parkway to new access road adjacent to Campus Circle, which will connect to Badger Canyon Road and to the development. Access 2 from Campus Parkway to Devil's Canyon Road to Badger Canyon Road and ultimately the development. And here are the access points pictured for both Devil and Badger Canyon. Here we have our tentative parcel maps, just showing the layout of the plots for the units and for the homes. Here's the overall site plan, showing the access points from Campus Parkway and moving into the site itself. We also have the fire department's fuel mod layout, being it's out there in the hills. The fire protection plan establishes a layered system to reduce wildfire risk and demand on-fire services. All buildings use ignition-resistant materials and NFPA 13D fire sprinklers. A 100-foot fuel modification zone surrounds the project, supported by paved fire access roads and compliant emergency vehicle access. Landscaping is designed to be fire-resistant and drought-tolerant. Fire safety is maintained through annual FMZ inspections by a third party with ongoing maintenance responsibilities. And with that, tonight our recommendation is it is recommended that the mayor and city council adopt the resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino approving subdivision number 23-05 for tentative track back number 20595. Adopt the resolution adopting the addendum to the final subsequent environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring reporting program. Introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of the ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, approving specific plan amendment 23-01 and dissolving development agreement number 08-02. And schedule the second reading for the adoption of the above ordinance to the regularly scheduled meeting of mayor and city council on May 20th, 2026. Thank you, and I do have the applicant and consultants here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
Yes, we received 4 requests to speak from Ron Alvarado, Chase Preciado, Luke Berger, and Les.
Thank you. Each speaker will state their name for the record and have 3 minutes each.
Good evening. My name is Chase Preciado. I am a paralegal from Lazo Jury, LLP, here on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER asks that the City Council deny approval of the project and instead require preparation of a subsequent MND or EIR. Under CEQA Guidelines, Section 15162, the city's reliance on the addendum to the 2008 University Hills Specific Plan, EIR, is improper because new information exists showing changed circumstances, new significant impacts, and new mitigation measures. First, wildlife ecologist Dr. Sean Smallwood concluded that the biological analyses in the addendum and 2008 EIR are flawed. These analyses did not account for the diversity of species on the project site, including multiple special status species and other species that have been elevated in status since 2008. The addendum and EIR also inadequately addressed project impacts on wildlife, like habitat loss, interference with wildlife movement, traffic mortality, and bird window collisions. Furthermore, Dr. Smallwood found that the addendum's mitigation measures are insufficient, instead suggesting use of bird-safe glass, compensatory mitigation, and native plant landscaping. Second, air quality expert Patrick Sutton from Baseline Environmental Consulting concluded that project construction and operation will have much more severe greenhouse gas impacts than previously addressed in the addendum and EIR. The strategies needed to achieve the state's long-term climate action goals are more stringent than those currently used in the addendum. To comply with these climate goals, Mr. Sutton suggested removing the use of natural gas appliances. Lastly, the city has removed several mitigation measures for the project's impacts on air quality, transportation, and public services. However, under CEQA, The city cannot omit these measures since it hasn't shown that these measures are infeasible. For these reasons, the city must prepare a subsequent MND or EIR before project approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. My name is Ron Alvarado. I'm a candidate for the First Ward City Council. The University Hills project represents a massive shift for 404 acres of our city. While the reduction from 980 to 327 lots may address some traffic concerns, I am deeply concerned about the recommendation to dissolve Development Agreement Number 08-02. As a fraud investigator and a neighborhood leader, I know that development agreements are often the only tool the community has to ensure they get a fair return on investment. When we dissolve these agreements, we risk losing the negotiated community benefits that protect our residents. Why are we letting the developer out of their previous obligations? What are the residents of San Bernardino getting in exchange for this flexibility? We have a history in the city of backroom deals where developers are allowed to build while the community is left with long-term costs of infrastructure and strained services. This project is a test of whether this council will prioritize community-first growth or simply clear the path for a developer's bottom line. I want to see ironclad guarantees that this project will provide living wage jobs for our residents and that it will not place an undue burden on our existing infrastructure. We need transparency on what the new mitigation and monitoring looks like without the original agreement in place. San Bernardino should be a partner in growth, not a location for it. I urge the council to demand clear, tangible benefits for our community before moving forward with this subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Segura. I didn't write a slip for this one, but I just didn't know this was on the agenda. I actually grew up around there, going to Cajon High School and then attending Cal State San Bernardino. I don't think it's smart to continue to develop towards the fault line and then develop right next to our hill where you have mudslides happening with the weather and the climate changes. We need to make sure there's an environmental report. There's a lot of wildlife. I take my kids walking around Cal State, walking in the hills, and we have road runners, we have coyotes, we have, toads, frogs, everything you can think of within our hills there. So there's a whole ecosystem. So just ensuring that that environmental report, looks at the ecologies that exist there, looks at the dangers of climate change related to the hills. The fires, it sounds like you're thinking about that as well. But just think about like how houses can also be blight to communities that like to exist with nature and have that aspect. Cal State has been ranked as one of the most beautiful campuses in the nation, I believe, multiple times. And building houses, where our wildlife is coming from and where, the beauty of the hills is, it just doesn't make sense. I think we need more affordable housing. We need more community benefit agreement projects. And we need to be building in our downtown or tearing down these warehouses and building with all that space. We have tons of space. So it's not really a space issue. And I would just like to know, where do we find out, besides the Planning Commission, right? Where is there a map of all these development projects that have been talked about since 1993, I saw on the report there? So it's like, how does the city give out that public information? How's our staff doing that? So that we can better understand what's coming in 20 years, 15 years. I didn't even know about this. I went to school, I graduated 2010 from Cajon. So this has been talked about, when I was 3 years old, I think. It's being planned for my community in the future. So I think it's a really important thing, and I'm sure the developers don't live in our community. They're not from here. They're not the ones who have to see the blight. It's the same thing with the warehouses that we're dealing with. So it's just frustration as somebody who actually enjoys Cal State's campus, went to school there, like I said, and has been raising my family here and taking them there to enjoy the campus as well and the nature. So thank you all for listening. Just a little frustrated.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Luke Berger. I live in San Diego, but I'm the president of Crestline Soaring Society, the hang gliding and paragliding club that's located adjacent to this property. We already spoke most of the details in the Planning Commission, so I'm just going to try to make some new points. I want to make clear that the club is not opposed to the development as a whole. We are primarily concerned about safety for the pilots landing, and the property in the northwest corner, the houses in that small area present a danger to pilots landing because when we land, that's when we're lowest in altitude. Flying over the homes at hundreds of feet, most of them are fine, but when we get close to that corner, we have to land. So like the gentleman said, it's hard to find the maps. I've been looking for the maps actively for the last 6 months, and I just found the latest version of them, and I don't want to poke Encore in the eye. They've shared a lot with us, but I saw the new maps. Now, they did put an open park space in the corner, which is nearest to our property, but several of those homes are still danger close. So what essentially we're asking for is some concessions before you approve this, that you're going to protect what you have here, all right? The other thing is, the recreation really wasn't addressed. It was addressed extensively in 2008, but recently it was not. You're talking about hiking, and let me tell you, that area is dangerous. I'm up there all the time, and I'm an expert with military experience. One of our people was killed up there by a rattlesnake bite 3 years ago. His name was Paul Voigt. All right, in the lower areas where the roads are, it's okay, but up in the hills, no one should ever be there between May and October. It's too hot, and it's way too difficult for rescue. The other point I want to make is this. Brought a little visual aid for everybody. A lot of people don't understand who we are, and they don't understand what we do. Sometimes you look up and you see us in the sky, but when people talk about hang gliding, they think of National Geographic magazines from the 1980s when it was a very dangerous sport. A lot of things have changed. We have 230 members of this club, most of them from Southern California. 30 of them are from right here, San Bernardino, Riverside, and the associated cities. This flying club is one of the #1 destinations for flying in the entire United States. People come here from everywhere in California, United States. We even have international members. This is a gem. Flying over the San Bernardino Mountains.
Can you speak on the mic, sir? On the mic, so people can hear it from who are watching remotely.
7,500 feet above Lake Arrowhead, right above the rim of the World Highway. This is what people come here for. I just want you all to know that this makes your city stand out amongst its peers in California and the United States. So all we're asking for is that you consider concessions in the plan. I appreciate Encore. They've been very professional. David, thank you. But we just want to make sure we have space to continue enjoying our sport safely.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Les, the hang gliding can be used as a tourist attraction if we play it smart. When I was going to Vegas, man, they had a tour bus out there by those rocks, those painted rocks. They had a tour bus. Everybody got out the tour bus. It was full. It was packed just to see some rocks. You know, and we have the first McDonald's. I don't eat McDonald's, but we have the first McDonald's out here. And then we can add in the hang gliding. You know, it would be wise for us to use it as our advantage. I get it. Someone owns that land, the hang gliding company. They don't own it. I get it. But in real estate, hey, some land you can't make money off of, and they just own something that they just really can't make money off of, because now they're going to have to jump through other hoops if you guys do approve it. You know, so, yeah, it would be smart for us to take advantage of it.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers, and we did receive 2 written comments for this item as well.
Thank
That was
you.
provided to the mayor and council.
I'm now closing the public hearing at 6.
Mayor, I have the environmental consultant and the applicant here, and I would like them to rebut some of the comments.
Oh, okay. So I don't close the hearing yet, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. My name is David Hardy. I represent the applicant, Encore University Hills. And thank you, staff, for your presentation. I don't have a presentation for you tonight, but just simply put, that this is a approved specific plan with a certified EIR from 2008. We're simply requesting a modification of that specific plan to go from 980 townhomes and condos down to 327 single-family homes. Councilmember Ortiz, you made a comment at item number 5 of increasing homeowner opportunities in the city. This is that opportunity to do so here. Some of the comments we received, Safer, thank you, Mr. Preciado, for those comments. Special status species, the MRP actually was amended to include species such as the Crotch's bumblebee, which is not a listed species by CDFW right now, but they are a species of special concern. So we do have to provide special targeted species surveys prior to construction. And if we identify those species, that would have to be included on a CDFW take permit, including other species. That's one example. As for the Crestline landing zone and the overflight area, in 2006, the previous developer negotiated with then president, and they included a 2-acre open space that would be permanently preserved in the northwest corner of the site. As we carry over into our current plan, we are honoring that agreement that then president actually provided to the city of San Bernardino, recommending approval of the project back then. So you can see that, sorry, it's a small graphic, but it is at the top left corner of the site. It is a 2-acre open space area that is an overflight area to provide landing for the Crestline Soaring Society. Additionally, we received feedback from the Air Club, and we looked at ways to modify our site and the grading to provide safer landing approaches. With that, we are able to lower some of the pads by up to 12 feet in height. We are limited in our grading because there is a large 108-inch water pipeline that bisects our site. So that really limits and sets the elevation of how far you can dig down until you hit that pipeline. So that is the limiting factor there. And of course, we are on a hillside, so there is those constraints as well. But I am here and available with my team if you have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing. No?
Could I have the environmental consultant come up and answer some of their questions pertaining to the environmental concerns, please?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kevin Thomas. I'm with Kimley Horn. I've had the pleasure to work with city staff over the past many months on this environmental document. So I'd be happy to address the comments, maybe a little more detail. I think the applicant, covered them well. I don't know, Mike, if you have specific things you'd like us to talk about, but
just how the flora and fauna was covered and how we analyzed the slopes and what did we actually find out there? Is it an actual mitigation needed, or is the mitigation that's implemented already enough?
Yeah, I think one of the comments from Safer was that it was not appropriate to make changes in mitigation measures, and in fact, that's not the case. So what we did, there were supplemental biological resource surveys done as part of the ER addendum that you have in your packet. As part of that ER addendum, we did look at recently listed special status species, and based on the results of those surveys, consistent with the previous EIR, we did make some minor changes to those mitigation measures just to reflect what we saw, but these do not trigger the requirement for a new document. There's a guideline section, CEQA guideline section 15162, that only these changes, if they were to identify a new significant impact or substantially more severe impact, then that would require some sort of supplemental document. But as I believe staff indicated and as the applicant stated, this project reduces the development significantly. It's about a third of the development density that was previously approved, from 980 down to 327 units. and there's a substantial increase in open space. I think from 235 acres to 300 acres. That's a 28% increase in open space. So the ER addendum addresses all those issues. And I would just note that in the comments made, there were no specific objections raised to actual analysis in the ER addendum. They were just some fairly general comments made.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Yes. I believe I need to close the hearing first, then I can take council comments. Is that correct?
I would recommend just keeping it open in case anyone has questions for the
the
consultants or the
Okay,
applicant.
so leaving it open. Well, then I have Councilmember Ortiz followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I super support housing, but let me ask you a question real quick. When you say it's compatible with the general plan, what year general plan?
That would be the previous 2005 general plan.
Right, so a 21-year out-of-date general plan.
And the future general plan as well. It should be compatible with it. It's still the University Hills specific
If it
plan.
hasn't been approved, because it hasn't gotten done, it's not approved, we're dealing with a 21-year out-of-date general plan. And housing and development has changed quite a bit around Cal State. I mean, they've done a beautiful job with building. I do like the reduction of the footprint. I take issue with a 20-year out-of-date environmental review plan, building right next to the San Andreas fault line as we continue every day to tell our residents to prepare for the big one. And then to be taken out of any type of agreement where they work solely with the university and not with us. I think Ron Alvarado said it best. I'm paraphrasing and not selling out the community, but we need to be a partner in growth, not just a location in it. And hearing from the residents that live up there and around this area, is everything that is served to you nutritional or is it poisonous at some point? And what does that mean for the development around Cal State? We had to expand the freeways off of University. There's literally one way in, one way out from that area. Kendall's compacted, needs to be repaved. What are the impacts to that community? Where is traffic going to flow up and down through North Park? You've got Delva's Canyon. What happens, if there is another flood coming in another decade for all that erosion? I mean, these are all the things that we have to take into consideration because outside of when this originally started, everything else grew before this. And so have you guys taken that into consideration? Is all the other development and housing and what happens in the event of a natural disaster? Like what happens if an earthquake or a fire breaks out there? What do we do? And do we really have the capacity and support to make sure that people are safe in these areas?
Thank you. Good comments. Mayor Pro Tem Canas, followed by Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you. And I echo the sentiments as far as housing. I always say I'm a self-proclaimed YIMBY. We have a housing element. We know even, regards to our discussion that we had with CBDG funding and the discussion of homelessness, we can't have that discussion of homelessness without talking about housing. And it is imperative that we do increase our housing units in the city of San Bernardino. So I'm definitely in favor of housing and different typologies of housing. I'm a longtime resident of Vermont. My family came there in 1984. Michael, thank you for your comment, because I know you grew up in that area, and I believe your family is still in that area as well. We had a conversation. I was a little disturbed to find out how much older I am than you, but you may not recall, we actually had this same controversy, so to speak, in the early 2000s. Before the GFR homes were built, which were the Parisu Estates and Tom Minor Park that we all enjoy today, there was complaints regarding the hang gliders. That was a hang gliding site that they used back in the 90s, I believe even in the 80s. And the reality is, if we had rejected that housing project, me and my husband wouldn't have the house that we're in today. It is because we moved forward with that housing project that me and many other Verdamont residents have a home. So I do disagree with not going through with a project because of that. I appreciate the gentleman that did come here to speak. I think he may have left already, I don't know, but he said he was from San Diego. We are a far cry from San Diego. We don't have the Trader Joe's. We don't have the Sprouts. Those are the things, the economic development that we all yearn for, but unfortunately we don't have yet. It is housing units that help us get there, and that's the stark reality of it. As far as the engagement, I actually, as a resident, years ago, met with this developer regarding this because it was in a planning commission. That's how I found out about it, and I reached out to the developer. There has been a lot of concessions that were made in regards to complaints and concerns from the community. The amendments that we see here are because of the community speaking out and wanting amendments and changes. The one, in regards to the improvements in infrastructure, that is still a need. I do know that we have some great projects. We just had the groundbreaking, Mayor Tran, you were there, for the Diamond Interchange at the university, which is a major stride for our city and for that area. We recently just approved the Palm Avenue exit, where we're going to be expanding the on and off ramps. And then SBCT has also mentioned that there is some talks about Little League Drive being expanded as well. So we are definitely working on the infrastructure needs to support some of the development that we are looking forward to in that community. The one issue that I do have, though, you had mentioned on one of your slides in regards to CSUSB. I have been having very regular meetings with our university. They are not just an asset in our community, they are great partners. It was a little bit unfortunate to receive a message from them that they did not have really proper notification regarding this meeting, regarding the amendment. They were actually just contacted a few hours ago. I do feel that it is absolutely imperative that they are given that respect and that opportunity to be able to opine on situations like this, especially when they are going to be heavily impacted by this project. They themselves, I don't think that they're not in favor of it, but as you very well know, again, they are going to be impacted by this project. So if you want to, speak to that, I appreciate it, but I do have to say, I myself would not be ready to move forward with this, knowing that they are not fully on board.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. We did speak to Cal State San Bernardino today in regards to the MOU language. We did give mailers out. I did get some in return. I did also send on April 23rd, I sent Jennifer an email. Sorry, I can't see. And it exactly says, hello, Jennifer. This is April 21st. Hello, Jennifer. I was emailing you. As David Hardy said, you were waiting on the mailing notice for the 5/6/26 hearing for the University Hills project. The mailers went out some time ago. I'm not sure what's going on with the mail. Apologies. I have got some returns, so I know they are making the rounds. I have attached the mailer and the public hearing notice that goes into the paper for you, which goes out this Saturday. Let me know if you have any questions. I did not hear nothing back. I did follow up on April 23rd. Hello, Jennifer. Hope all is well. I was just reaching out and forwarding the below message. Also attached are some of the mailers returned. And these are some of the mailers that I did get returned, and I did send them in an image over to her. I never did get a response back.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that you did reach out numerous times. But again, I do want to give CSUSB the opportunity to be able to respond. It's only fair. And again, they have been excellent partners to the city of San Bernardino.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Ibarra, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, everybody that's spoken and given their feedback. The one issue, and I don't know if the environmental person's still here, I'm trying to see how they plan on addressing being along the San Andreas fault line. If they've had that discussion or made studies in that area of possible homes being built near that fault line, and what your recommendation is as an environmentalist. It's only fair for the community and future homeowners in that area to know this.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Yeah, Kevin Thomas. Yeah, I'm not a geologist, but I can summarize what the year addendum did indicate. So again, the purpose for this addendum is to look at the currently proposed project in comparison to what was approved in 2008. And given the reduction in density, it's in terms of any kind of exposure to any fault hazards, it would be a reduction in exposure, and that is what the addendum says. And then in addition, the project would be subject to, modern building codes, which obviously have improved seismic safety factors. So all those would be a benefit in addition to what was addressed in the 2008 EIR. And I'm not sure if there's anyone, applicant or anyone from Public Works wants to elaborate, but I think the EIR addendum does summarize that.
I believe the developers behind you.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, these houses that you're building are going to have protection for any seismic activity that happens along that area.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct? Because I know as a homeowner in the city, I've had to reach out to a third party to come into my house and brace my house underground so that I don't have my home fall over. So that's the one concern that I have. Other than that, I appreciate everything you've done with communicating with the community. It's just some little things that still need to be addressed for the full blessing.
Sure.
But I am thankful that you guys are coming to the city addressing the housing needs of our whole state, especially in our area. But we gotta be very careful with building along the San Andreas fault line.
I can expand upon that
Sure.
if you'd like me to. So the original developer back in between 2005 to 2007, they actually put together a very extensive geological report or geotechnical report. They essentially cut 100-foot long trenches all along east to west along the San Andreas Fault to identify where those are, if there's any breakages of the fault to make subfaults essentially. And what they did is they amended the map to establish where the Alquist-Priolo zone is. And actually in the original the current approved specific plan, there are a few planning areas that actually sit on top of the San Andreas Fault. Part of this amendment is to pull all development out of the Alquist-Priolo zone. So if you look at, I forgot what sheet, maybe it's sheet 3, Mike, of the tentative track map. The lots along the northern limit of the project, you will see a hash line in the backyard of those lots. Maybe it's sheet 2, I apologize. Thank you, that's perfect. So those lots at the top of the page, you will see a hash line. So that is the southern limit of the Alquist-Priolo zone. And the Alquist-Priolo zone essentially is the state law zone that says you're within a certain setback of that fault. So essentially what we're doing is we're putting every single footprint of a planned house outside of that zone. And that would ensure that maximizes the safety of those future homes and would minimize damage from earthquake events.
Okay, and I do know right now the state of California is having a homeownership insurance crisis. How do you plan on addressing that for those future homeowners?
Yeah, great question. That was one of the main drivers of us wanting to get away from the 980 attached units down to a detached unit product. As everyone in this room probably knows, condos and townhomes are almost impossible to insure at this day and age. And frankly, a lot of home builders refuse to build these homes because just the affordability crisis that it creates. So going to single family really opens up those opportunities to provide insurance to these homes. Also, it provides the ability to provide fire setback areas along the home as part of our fire modification plan to provide the defensible space for those homes. So that was a primary driver to go to a single family here.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
I wanted clarification. It's often brought up by one of my colleagues that we're working off of an outdated general plan. But my understanding is that over 90% of the new proposed general plan keeps the same zoning throughout the city. And
That's correct. We would still have to look at the development under the current general plan, that we wouldn't be able to make assumptions and say, okay, well, this is happening future, so let's go ahead and change it now. That's not the way it works. We still have to respect the project underneath the current plan as it stands.
But even under this, if we had the new general plan, that the new general plan has the same zoning.
So correct. So the University Hills plan was adopted by ordinance, so it's adopted by law, so it doesn't change. And it would still have the same implementations and standards that are required by the old general plan and integrated with the new.
Exactly my point. So, look, this is something that I'm excited to approve, but not today. I think we're going to need some time. There's a couple things that need to be addressed concerning the making sure that we coordinate with Cal State San Bernardino. And I don't know if there's anything that can be done at this late stage, but the public comment by the hang glider over there resonated with me, and it was a pretty poignant ask. And so I'd like us to close the public hearing, and I'd like to continue this item to the first meeting in June, which would give us about 30 days for us to tie up any of those details.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one more question in regards to the hang glider that had came. Have you guys been engaging with that organization?
Absolutely. And CSU San Bernardino as well. We actually first met with CSU San Bernardino in the middle of COVID, and we've been in continuous conversation with them. We did get notice to the university. That's what prompted Mr. Rosales' email. So that was, I believe, the second or third week of April is when I called Jenny personally and let her know that this item was going to come here tonight. So frankly, it's a little disappointing to hear that that's what the university's communicating to you, is that they weren't noticed.
And I would like to second Councilmember Sanchez's motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa?
I can ask this in private. It was just regarding Jennifer or Jenny at CSV. I just wanted to know which one specifically, because...
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir? Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette?
I concur with my colleagues about Cal State. Now, was Cal State present at the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, sir, and DERC as well.
And what was their position then? Were they supportive? Did they get their comments made? And obviously, they were considered by the Planning Commission. And it looks like there were 10 people at that meeting, and 7 of the 10 voted in favor of moving this forward. And then you've also reached out to them to let them know that this meeting was tonight.
Correct.
I'll go ahead with continuing. Time is money, and I'm not real in favor of kicking the can down the road. However, if my colleagues agree that we should continue this until we can get a little bit more input from Cal State and maybe others, then I can support that. But I'm not crazy about continuing things that have been through all the processes, and that it sounds to me like all the factors that are being concerned have been mitigated or have been discussed pretty thoroughly. So those are my comments. I'll go with the will of the body tonight as far as continuing it, but I too believe that housing, excuse me, housing is critical to the future of our city. We operate on sales tax. We need upscale. I'm assuming this will be relatively upscale housing. I don't know how to describe that. I know there's a big push for affordable housing. I get that. I understand that. I have a similar project in my ward that we can't seem to get going, and it was litigated as well. And it went from 1,500 units to 600 units. And it's called Highland Hills, at the opposite end of your project. And I'm all about trying to have some decent mixed use in our community. and try to, we're required to, by law, to cover all the basics of housing. But I'm all for approving housing that really is, again, going to bring people in here that will spend money, that will open a Trader Joe's or a Sprouts or what have you. And those companies are not looking at San Bernardino right now. And so those are my comments. I could probably go on, but I think I've made my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you. And I don't want to be out of line here, but I am actually familiar with the Jenny that you're interacting with. Have you been able to make contact with her after this attempt?
So, sir, we've been in contact with Cal State San Bernardino the whole process. We came up with a memorandum of understanding that Cal State San Bernardino and the applicant together are working on. This is preserving their access rights, their campus protection, and operational coordination. The conditions of approval were included in the resolution. Condition number 1 requires Cal State University San Bernardino access agreement for educational use. Another condition requires obtaining all necessary easements for site access. Another condition requires an MOU addressing access, construction, and campus protection measures. Another condition that was amended requires coordination and approval from Cal State and other agencies before permits are issued. So we basically given them the tools, and we've been working with them, and they are well aware of the situation, the conditions of approval. We have emails where they've agreed to these conditions of approval with the applicant, myself, and the then city planner.
And I'm sure you've done your due
Yes,
diligence.
sir.
My question is there any assistance needed with contacting this person? Because I know this person very well. I mean, I can send her a text message right now if that's the issue. If communication has been a
Yes, sir.
challenge,
So
I know the individual that you're attempting to contact very well. I can just, but what I'm saying is I don't want to be out of line here. I want to be very mindful and respectful of some of the guardrails here. I mean, this is, I don't want to be overstepping my.
No worries. I think the
Well,
staff will be able to coordinate
The
that
city
communication.
attorney, I, and Mr. Gabriel Elliott just talked to her 3 hours before
Okay.
this meeting.
That's what I was trying to get
And
to.
we
Is
were all on
if
the
any
same
assistance is
page.
needed contacting this individual.
At that point.
I know her very well. I can just. Okay. So it's been done.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Councilmember
Just a
Charette?
quick question. You spoke with her three hours before the meeting? How'd
Correct,
that
sir.
conversation go? Before this meeting?
Yes, sir.
And they indicated that they're fine
They
to
were
move
fine.
forward?
They were understanding. If I'm correct, Albert?
I provided some clarification to them. There were some concerns that they raised to staff either today or yesterday, sometime this week, about including the draft memorandum of understanding in the agenda packet. I gave them assurance that including it in the packet doesn't tie them to the language in that draft, that the parties can continue to negotiate and come up with an MOU that's different from the one that was included in the agenda packet, and that assuaged her concerns. I also clarified for her that the conditions of approval were included in the proposed resolution that requires before the recording of the final map or before the building permit is issued, whichever comes sooner, that the developer has to get the MOU done and has to provide city evidence of that. They also have to get an easement from county flood control for access to this site. And so I went over those conditions with her because I wanted to make clear to her and the same clarity for all of you that there's really kind of three moving parts that have to happen before this project really goes live. And it doesn't really matter which one goes first, but the first step is happening with you all. The city's moving first. But county flood control has to give an easement, and then the MOU between the parties have to be negotiated. It could have been the other way. They could have gone first, and then you would have been the last. It doesn't really matter. All three have to happen for the project to go live. And I assured her that if the council were to approve this project, that doesn't mean that now they have no influence and the project is going forward. They still have their MOU negotiations, and it's tied to the conditions of approval. So I think that there was just a little bit of uncertainty about that. I provided clarity, and we asked them. We said, you know, are you opposed or are you still doubtful? So that you know, you would want this project to be continued out at the first instance, not even have the public hearing tonight. But she was okay with proceeding tonight. She didn't have any opposition, wasn't going to file any opposition to that. So that was basically what we talked about today.
So what we've been talking about here a few minutes ago, Ms. Ganas, we have contacted them, and we have had good input from them all along the way. And as I understand it, Albert, those three things, they all have to happen.
That's right.
So if we approved and the county approved, but the MOU between the two parties doesn't go through, they've got a lot of juice. They've got a lot of
Right.
control over this project.
Right. My understanding is that negotiations on the MOU are ongoing. I think that, you know, one of her concerns was that it was included in the packet. It's prior city staff that is no longer with the city that insisted on that. I haven't spoken with that individual, but I gave her an educated guess, which is what I would give to you, of why that was included. And that is to demonstrate to you all that the parties are actually serious about this project happening, and to demonstrate to you, look, we're serious, we want to get this project done. Here's a draft to show you that we are talking, we're negotiating. It's not just in the ether, we're actually negotiating. And I know that that's true because there have been some drafts going back between the parties of the MOU is not finalized, but I know that they are negotiating. They're in active negotiations.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
And I appreciate the communication that you guys have, but I'm just being very transparent myself. I'm literally receiving text messages that they're not in agreement. So I don't know where the breakdown in communication is, but I do think it warrants the extension of this so that we can ensure that everyone is exactly on the same page. Again, they've been great partners. I'm not saying that there hasn't been attempts. Obviously, you've read off emails. If you guys are saying you guys spoke earlier this afternoon, there's unfortunately a miscommunication that has transpired along the way. I myself don't know exactly what it is, but again, it warrants you guys going back to the table with COCOSB to find out what exactly it is that they do not agree with or do agree with.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to continue. Actually, should I close the hearing first? I'm going to close the public hearing first. So, any further comments from council? I have a comment. The gentleman who spoke about the hang glider, and he said about the property, I'm a visual. What area is he referring to?
That's right. You can see the grass field just to the top and left of the property. That is the landing zone.
And the homes that he's referring to that would be impacted or concern of impact because of the recreation of the hang gliding, has that been talked to you and discussed with you? And
Oh, there you are, Luke. Yeah, he's still here.
if you can go to the mic,
Yeah, go ahead.
thank you.
I just kind of wanted to point to the map, but I guess I could.
Because we need to,
So,
the
essentially,
viewers need to hear you.
the prevailing winds come from the south-southwest. So if you draw a diagonal line, so it's kind of a rhombus shape. So look at the northeast corner. That's where we start at, and then we're coming down in a line. So we're approaching from the mountain at a relatively 1,000 feet. We circle around the entire area, losing altitude, but we don't have engines, so we can't go around and do it again. So when we get to that low point, we're trying to line up on that top corner and then come down. Now, winds change and they switch speeds, but those houses in the northwest corner, there have been situations where you see houses right now, I have landed in the past. Now, they're not frequent, but the risk is there. So that's where we're at our lowest point. So I know that they've moved some things around, and I know that there's that open space there. It ain't 2 acres. My entire landing zone's 2.9 acres. I know what 2 acres looks like. What I'm concerned about is there's a few of those houses, the ones, it's about 12 to 16 that are the closest. And then also, what about light poles, street signs, fences? There's other kind of vertical obstructions. So we haven't clarified that yet. And again, I want to say, David's been great. And it's not like they're not communicating with us. But we started talking back during COVID, but it was a lot of nothing for a long time. And then it started coming rapidly. So Back in 2008, there was a lot of back and forth on the previous plan, and a lot of work was done. And the previous developer had changed the plans from the 900-unit high density to something that was more like this with single-family homes, and they had put in the concession, and all of their homes were at least 200 feet off of our property line. But now, you know, I know they're trying, but that's primary. Is there any other questions about the technical part of it?
No, thank
Okay.
you. And I would like to give the developer an opportunity to respond to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. In regards to that approach, there is a comment letter from Crestline Soaring Society back as part of the 2008 EIR. They essentially overlaid an arrow over our site and into their landing zone. So this has been thoroughly studied and vetted as part of the original EIR. It was addressed, and here we are today. So these aren't new items that are being brought up. Again, these are vetted items, and that EIR again was for 980 up to three-story townhomes and condos. So we're very different here today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you, council. I will now close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I actually think that it's a better idea to keep the public hearing open because when it comes back, you might want to have more discussion with the developer, with Cal State, et cetera. And so I think it's a good idea to keep it open.
Thank you. I appreciate for the clarification. So I will not close the public hearing. I believe there's a motion and a second to continue this item to the first meeting in June. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk? Was that?
That's correct.
Thank you. Can we call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
and Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Okay, we will now move on to city manager update. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Tran and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to give a brief update tonight on May 6th. Last week, the county announced the results of the 2026 homeless point-in-time count. The results showed the city experienced a substantial decline in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness within the city, dropping from 1,535 to 1,172, a 23.6% decrease. This data reflects a substantial commitment and effort by the mayor and council, staff, and community partners. While we still have a long way to go, this shows progress in the direction the city council is wanting us to go. The Municipal Water Department will be holding a community meeting to discuss proposed water and sewer rate changes at 6 p.m. tomorrow night at Palm Elementary School, located at 6565 Palm Avenue. If approved by the City of San Bernardino Water Board, the proposed increases would take effect on July 1, 2026, with subsequent annual increases through 2030. The average customer would see a monthly increase on their July bill of approximately $7. The board will be making the decision on the rate adjustment at a hearing on Tuesday, May 26th, to be held at Feldheim Library at 9:30 a.m. The public is welcome to attend. And again, based on charter, the decision-making for the water and sewer rate adjustments is with the water board, not with the city council. So if people are interested in this subject, going to that committee meeting, going to that board meeting is what I would encourage. City cleanups. City crews in partnership with Burtec regularly address illegal dumping of trash and bulky items throughout the city. In the first 3 months of this year alone, crews picked up 788,000 pounds of trash and debris, nearly 400 tons. San Bernardino residents are doing their part. In 2025, residents dropped off a total of 727 tons at the city's monthly community bulky item drop-off events. Residents can schedule up to 2 free Burtec bulky item pickups at their home every year by calling 909-804-4222. And then finally, the San Bernardino Parks and Rec and Community Services Summer Activity Guide is now available online on the Parks website. The guide features classes, recreational sports, and special events happening between now and August for kids of all ages, seniors and families. Summer programs will include the popular concerts in the park, movies in the park, ice cream socials, summer camps, and swim lessons. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, City Manager. We will be moving on to public comments. At this time, public comments will be heard for items on the open session and items not on the agenda. To address the City Council, everyone must complete a speaker card and provide it to the City Clerk. Only those speaker cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record before beginning their comments. As your name is called, please line up behind the podium. We have 2 podiums available for your convenience. Please proceed to either side as soon as your name is called. Please note your name will only be called once. If you do not respond when called, you may forfeit your opportunity to speak. If you do require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you will need interpreting assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back. We ask that you please observe proper decorum and do not speak out of turn or make comments from your seat. If you wish to address the mayor and city council, please be sure to submit a speaker slip. If you do speak out of turn or disrupt the meeting, a warning may be given and/or you will be asked to leave the meeting pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9 and Penal Code 403. For Spanish interpretation, go right ahead.
En este momento se escucharán los comentarios públicos para artículos de la agenda y artículos que no están en la agenda. Para dirigirse al Consejo Municipal, cada individuo debe completar una tarjeta de orador. Se debe completar la tarjeta de orador y entregarla a la Secretaría Municipal en este momento. Solo aquellas tarjetas de orador entregadas a la Secretaría Municipal podrán dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. No se aceptarán tarjetas tardías. Cada persona debe indicar su nombre para registro antes de comenzar sus comentarios. Al ser llamado, por favor, forme una fila en el orden anunciado. Disponemos de 2 podios para su comodidad. Diríjase a cualquiera de ellos tan pronto como se le llame su nombre. Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar que requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la Junta en español. Le pedimos que por favor observe el debido decoro y no hable fuera de turno ni realice comentarios desde su asiento. Si desea dirigirse a la alcaldesa y al Consejo Municipal, asegúrese de presentar una hoja de orador. Si habla fuera de turno o interrumpe la reunión, podrá recibir una advertencia y o se le pedirá que abandone la sesión conforme a la sección 549-57.9 del Código Gubernamental y la sección 403 del Código Penal.
Thank you, gracias. We have about 40 speakers. Each speaker, please state your name and have 3 minutes each.
Good evening, San Bernardino. My name is Pierce. I am a 3rd grader at Savant Preparatory Academy of Business. 2 years, I started my own small business, Bracelet Shop Pens by Pierce. A portion of my sales go to Helping Hounds, my charity that helps homeless people care for their dogs. With guidance from my family, opportunity from my school, and support from my community, both my shop and charity are strong. Today, I want your help with something bigger. We can be the beginning to end of systemic racism. Sometimes people goes is to help people treat certain people bad because of how they look, what they believe, or where they live, are from. This isn't about changing rules, it's about changing hearts. Kids who look like me need to see a sign to let us know a person like a police officer or a teacher won't hurt us. And they will treat us with the kindness they would treat us their they would treat their own kid with. I need 3 things from you. 1, a promise to be a safe space when a homeless person or anyone different asks you for help. You will treat them like you're looking in a mirror. Wear my button so kids and people will see a sign that you won't hurt us. 3, tell everyone about Safe Space and it will grow. Shout out to Darren, Aaron, and Hunter. These Colton firefighters are the first to wear my buttons. And thank you to Mr. John Echeveda, my city council rep, for his support. Thank you.
Thank you, future Mayor Pierce Eatman. Thank you. Great speech. Next speaker, you have 3 minutes.
Wow, and I thought I was going to be the youngest speaker today. Good evening, Mayor and Council. There's a common phrase that older generations say that we need more young voices to speak up about issues that are troubling, but it's not. That doesn't happen here in San Bernardino. A month ago, I came to this podium and I spoke out about something former Councilmember Benito Barrios did. What I was met with was Mr. Barrios threatening to sue me for slander and defamation. You claim to support the youth when you have to, but yet that's not what we see. A couple weeks ago, not even a week, on last Thursday, Ronica Galande, a planning commissioner from the 5th Ward, pulled me to the side where no one else could hear, and she called me childish. Well, first of all, lady, I am a child, so that's probably gonna happen. But to say that when you have been kicked out of meetings before for coming to this podium and yelling and screaming, so I don't really get where that childish part comes from. But you claim to support the youth, but that's not what happens. And when I came out with what happened, people accused me of being racist, disrespectful, and many other things. Why? Because I came out with my side of the story that happened to me when she pulled me to the side and no one else but her family could hear when I was unaccompanied, when there was no adult around me that was there with me. So this woman wants your vote as mayor, and this is the stuff she does. She then went to confirm that this happened on a Facebook comment and saying, yes, but I also wanted to call out people for encouraging you, like former Councilman Kimberly Calvin and Treasurer Ortiz. Well, first of all, they don't make my decisions for me. I do. If I want to heckle at John Valdivia for being a sexual harasser, I can do that because that is my First Amendment right. So this shouldn't be happening in this city. You should be encouraging your youth to speak up. Whatever you want to say about me, that's fine. I came out with my side, but this isn't the first time Ronica has gotten away with this. She has gotten away with it too many times, and I cannot believe that she has not been removed, but you guys are so quick to try to remove Victor Suarez off of his commission over a comment. So that's what I do not get. There shouldn't be a double standard for commissioners. There shouldn't be a double standard for people trying to become our mayor. So we need to take accountability for these people who claim to care about the youth, but don't do anything but try to threaten them with a lawsuit and then call them childish when they actually do speak out about issues that matter to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Howard. I'm part of the San Bernardino Airport community. I'm here to express my concern about the contract that expands your relationship with Exxon. What purpose is it having cameras with this no response time or poor response time? It takes forever. Who's watching the footage? Or is it a DVR? Storing information and storing footage? Is this spying on the community? Instead of spending money on these cameras, you should build more playgrounds for kids and invest in buildings for the community centers. And regulate air pollution. So I vote no on contract with Exxon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Tanya Smith. I emailed each of you 2 weeks ago a Safe Brand pilot project. I emailed it to Cheryl Weeks a week ago, who said she would pass it on to the council. I followed up and was assured she would be told I inquired about it. As far as I knew, no response, but I did get a chance to talk to Ms. Ortiz before the meeting, and she told me she did try to call me, but I guess I didn't get the call. Technology's good till it's not. But I check my email religiously, and I haven't got a response from anybody in my email. So my question is, who are you making these laws for? I lived in the tunnel for 6 years. You labeled this tunnel unclosable to avoid maintenance costs, but you call them restricted to justify the trespassing tickets. If a space is unclosable by your own engineering standard, it is an open infrastructure. If it is unclosable, it is legally open. You use safety as an excuse for everything, but look at your track record. You recently banned all Airbnbs in the city, stripping people of their income instead of just managing fire zones. Who benefited from that? Not the homeowners and not the city. It's the same with the homeless removal by bill Donald Trump signed. You are following a path of criminalization that is already being shot down and dismissed in the higher courts. The law is realizing you cannot punish poverty away. This isn't just about me. There are many people who were in these tunnels with heart problems and chronic illness to whom that shade is a medical necessity. Every sweep increases our allostatic load for this entire community, the toxic stress that literally breaks the human heart. You are spending thousands of dollars on SUVs and trash trucks for sweeps. Who benefits from that? We don't. The taxpayers don't. You have 10 million HHAP 6 grant money that you should use for housing and not harassment. To the council, look, I challenge you to walk a mile in my shoes. Come meet us. How many of you have actually came out to meet the homeless people who sat and talked to them? How many? Raise your hands. Anybody come out and talk to them? That's what I thought. So how are you going to make laws for a community you don't even look at? We're not the people you perceive us to be. As a matter of fact, I'm telling you, we take care of each other, you know? So I don't know who you're making the laws for, but they're not for us. History is watching. I expect a response by proposal, adopt the Gloria Johnson Act and start treating us like the neighbors. If the laws don't benefit the people who you're making them for, then who do they benefit? Really, I urge you, come on, talk to us. We're not all bad. I'm homeless, here I am. Here I am. I'm clean, I'm educated. There's no reason that you should talk to me, that you shouldn't want to come out and talk to me, or any of the people that you say that you are here for. You can't be here for us if you don't know us, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
And can I hand these to the,
Good evening, council. I first want to introduce a mother, a friend, a colleague with a broken heart. She has founded Safe Haven, and this is an organization that is meant to help the parents that are going through CPS and pre-services. She is going to have her child removed tomorrow at a hearing because CPS is ignoring that the child was born with a bump in the back of his head and claiming that she harmed him. Medical evidence has cleared her, but she's still adamant they're still adamant on removing these kids. But to my speech, thank you, Ms. Howard, for all that you're doing. My brothers and sisters, there was a President Ronald Reagan who once said that the most terrifying words in English are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." I have lived that. One of my moms lived that too. And unfortunately, San Bernardino Police Department doesn't know and can't verify the false allegations that they went in and broke into her home at gunpoint to remove the kids on an interview warrant. She was holding a baby at her chest, a 7-week-old, for a fucking interview. We can do better than that, but you can't trust CPS because they fucking lie all the time to take these kids away. But for some people, it's politics. But for our communities, Latinos, blacks, poor whites, it's terror. All right, so where does this come from? Title 4E. It's Social Security money that's being drawn out of the system to pay for this crap. Seriously. Billions of dollars to go ahead and pay for these kind of abuses that kids end up in group homes getting raped, getting tortured, starving. Let's mention Victorville. Victorville just had a case for 6 years that these kids got tortured. No one lost their job. Director Glasgow's still there. Freaking director at the Victorville office is still there. Why? Because it's business as damn usual. False allegations. A mother, again, lost her family because she's a fucking domestic violence victim. Parents are losing their kids because they're victims of domestic violence. Last week, a mother lost her kids due to that. And all they did was play games with our tax dollars, sending them to freaking services that they never were gonna get their kids back regardless. But the Ninth Circuit said you cannot lie. The Ninth Circuit, you can watch it on YouTube, said you cannot lie, but they claim to have police powers, to claim that they have absolute immunity. And I say that's garbage, and we need eyes on from even the council to look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mavi y vengo de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Le voy a pasar la palabra al intérprete.
Good afternoon. My name is Mavi, and I'm a member of the San Bernardino Airport communities. It upsets me that you are misusing our funds. Instead of using money for the community, you are spending it on those damn cameras. It is very frustrating to hear that. You should be using the money to create more parks and build a clinic in my community. I demand that you vote no on this contract, which would extend your relationship with Axon and impact our community.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. I am running to represent the First Ward on the City Council. My name is Ron Alvarado, and I'm here to speak on the necessity of a participatory process for our Parks Master Plan. At a recent commission meeting and our community outreach sessions, the message was clear. Our residents want a seat at the table. They are tired of top-down planning that ignores the reality of our neighborhoods. Our parks are the heart of our community, yet they have suffered from years of mismanagement and the lack of real long-term maintenance plans. We can draft the most beautiful master plan in the world, but if we don't have the administrative capacity to oversee its execution, it's just another expensive document on a shelf. We would easily have the resources to revitalize all our parks if we weren't hemorrhaging taxpayer money on lawsuits and special meetings called for political theater by this council. The people of the First Ward are watching. They see our downtown burning, and they see prostitution and human trafficking on G and H streets, while this council focuses on political attacks. We need a budget and a master plan that reflects the priorities of our streets, not the interests of all your donors. I am calling for the council to hold future workshops in the evenings in our neighborhoods so that working families can actually participate. We need to build trust and transparency and ensure that every dollar we spend on parks is audited and accounted for. Let's get the resources where they belong to, in our parks, our sidewalks, and our children's future. I also want to talk about the 2025 building code that you guys moved on. We have seen devastating results of neglect in our city, from the recent church fire to the roof collapse at our local grocery store. These just aren't accidents. They are the result of a system that has allowed buildings to fall into ruin. As we move to adopt these new standards, we must address the two-tiered system of enforcement that exists in San Bernardino. In the First Ward, we see blight and code violations that would never be tolerated in other parts of this city. If we are going to adopt a modern building code, we must commit to a modern, proactive enforcement model. We cannot have a system where host approval for big developers is fast-tracked, while our local residents struggle to get basic safety issues addressed by code enforcement. I am concerned that while adopting these new rules, we aren't adding the administrative capacity to actually enforce them and enforce them fairly across all wards. As we schedule adoption for the plan, I urge the council to pair these new standards with a plan for equitable citywide enforcement. We need to ensure that every building in San Bernardino, whether it's a new development or an older home on the west side, is
Thank
held
you.
to the standard that protects our
Thank
lives,
you.
property, and residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name.
Sí, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alberto. Yo vengo de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Ya me conocen. Sigo presentándome aquí por lo de las cámaras FOC, que estoy en contra y más con lo de las cámaras Axon. 4.1 millones. ¿Es en serio? No tenemos fondos para viviendas dignas, centros de capacitación para nuestra comunidad. Y sí gastan nuestro dinero en tonterías que en vez de mejorar, nos marginan. Todos ustedes son descendencia inmigrante y no hacen nada por correr a ICE. Muchos están por reelegirse y aún así no hacen nada. El poner cámaras no nos garantiza la seguridad policial, pues ni siquiera tenemos suficientes elementos. Y ustedes, señores policías, lo que están haciendo es dejar su trabajo, sus puestos a la inteligencia artificial. El único beneficio para ustedes es que esas cámaras harán su trabajo, como los reportes y más. Votemos no para las cámaras FLAG y Axon, y sí a expulsar a ICE. Una pregunta que ya se las he hecho muchas veces a todos ustedes. ¿Dónde está nuestra gente que han arrestado y no aparecen? ¿Y para qué quieren incineradores la compañía de ICE?
Good afternoon. My name is Alberto. You already know me. I continue to speak here regarding the flock cameras, which I oppose, and now even more so regarding the Axon cameras. $4.1 million. Are you serious? We lack the funds for decent housing and training centers for our community. Yet you spend our money on nonsense that instead of improving our lives only serves to marginalize us. All of you are descendants of immigrants, yet you do nothing to expel ICE. Many of you are up for re-election, and still you do nothing. Installing cameras does not guarantee us police safety, as we don't even have enough officers to begin with. And you, gentlemen of the police force, what you are doing is handing over your jobs and positions to artificial intelligence. The only benefit for you is that these cameras will do your work for you, filing reports and the like. Let's vote no to Flock and Axon cameras, and yes to expelling ICE. One question, where are our people, those who have been arrested and have since gone missing? And why does ICE need incinerators?
También quisiera agregar.
Thank you.
You didn't have the interpretation time. Thank you. Thank you.
Sí. Ok, también quisiera agregar, por lo que he escuchado, es ridículo que tengamos $1 millón para ayudar a la gente pobre que no tiene casas.
I also want to add that it's ridiculous that you're saying that we only have $1 million to help people that are unhoused.
Como para la compañía esa de HUD o whatever, y tienen 4 millones para las estúpidas cámaras.
And you only have $1 million to help people with no homes, but you have $4 million to invest on cameras and surveillance. That's pretty stupid.
¿Por qué no hacen casas para todos los que no tienen casas? Los homeless, los que están en la calle o los pobres.
Why don't you invest that money to produce housing for homeless people or for people who can't afford adequate housing?
Ustedes mismos ahorita lo han dicho, que no tiene fondos. La señorita lo dijo.
You just said you don't have enough funds. The young lady said so.
¿Por qué no usar ese dinero de las cámaras en las casas? Gracias.
Why don't you use that money towards housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mayor, members of our council. My name is Christian Shaughnessy, and I am a candidate for San Bernardino City Council Ward 2. I'm somebody that works full-time in Ward 2 as a housing specialist, working with homeless youth and victims of crime. I'm running for office because back in 2019, I lost a friend named Nitesh Kumar the gang violence just 3 blocks from the home I grew up in. And after that, I dedicated my life to making San Bernardino a better place with the hope that that kind of tragedy would never happen again to anybody else. The second ward, in particular, is also the same place that a woman around my mother's age, Teodora Mendoza, was mauled to death by dogs just across the street from the high school I graduated from, Pacific High School. San Bernardino is also the city where my father, a disabled war veteran, was once homeless himself before he won the lottery of life by getting a union job so he was able to meet my mother and raise me. But right now, the second ward suffers from numerous issues: blight, violence, poverty, homelessness, and decay. Our ward's politicians for over 20 years and 3 different incumbents have not been able to protect us from these issues. We need change, not as mere words, but because our lives and quality of life depend on it. As someone with 4 different county leadership positions in homelessness, who has also taken on a record of taking on slumlords and fighting for good governance, I am running for office to ensure our future is bright. Each and every single one of us in the second ward deserves so much more than what we have gone in the last few decades. And if you ever want to see the proof, the ultimate proof we need change in the second ward, all you have to do is look out the window. Together, let's make the change we deserve, because we deserve so much better. Thank you so much, and let's turn out to vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes, 6 minutes if you're a Spanish speaker.
Buenas tardes,
Madam
mi
City
nombre es
Clerk,
José.
un momento. Madam City Clerk, did you have a statement?
Yes, I just wanted to make a statement. We've had technical issues with the timer, and so instead of running the time starting at 6 minutes, we're just running it twice for Spanish speakers.
Thank you.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es José y también yo soy miembro de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Estoy aquí para decirles, no queremos este tipo de vigilancia. Lo que queremos es seguridad de policía, no ser vigilados por cámaras. Queremos libertad. No es lo que nosotros necesitamos. Lo que necesitamos que nuestros impuestos se utilicen en prioridades en nuestra ciudad y comunidad. Creo que todos ustedes están en contra de todos nosotros, los habitantes de San Bernardino. Debido a las malas decisiones, no hay progreso en nuestra ciudad. No estoy de acuerdo a esas cámaras ni a ese contrato de más de 4 millones de dólares. Un contrato de 5 años se me hace mucho. No nos toman en cuenta, por eso fuera sus malas sistemas, fuera sus malas decisiones y fuera sus cámaras. No queremos sentirnos acosados.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose, and I'm part of the San Bernardino Airport Communities. I'm here to tell you tonight that we do not want this type of surveillance. What we want is security, not from the police. We don't want to be surveilled by your cameras. We want to be free. This is not what we need. What we need and what our communities need is that our taxes are utilized to improve our communities, our city. I think that all of you must be against all of us, the residents of San Bernardino, because of all of your poor decisions. I am not in agreement with those cameras and with this contract that you're considering, costing over $4 million for 5 years. Are you serious? You guys don't take us into consideration. That is why I am saying there must be an end to this system, an end to all of your terrible decisions, and an end to all these surveillance cameras. We do not want to feel harassed by you all.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name's Eric Marquez, candidate for the 4th Ward. And I'll try to keep it short because the first part before the public comments was 2.5 hours. Many people don't have the liberty to spend that much time in one day a month or twice a month. But a solution I can think for that is have more regular meetings of the city council. So that way you could split up these items between those meetings. But since you're being paid to show up to these meetings, for example, once a week every Wednesday seems pretty okay. And yes, I want to comment on item 6 specifically. Very excited for Title 15. And I hope in the future this council and its advisory commissions will do the same thing in all its other departmental municipal codes, specifically in regards to Title 5 with business ordinances, because it is not clearly defined to me when I've read through it what the regular business fees for a business would be. So it says in Title 5.4 something, that is defined based on its business's revenue, 20% of its worldwide revenue, and all of its revenue made in the city. Now, it doesn't go into detail about what that means or how that's calculated. I'm pretty sure there is a way that is described, but I'm pretty sure that's an administrative issue. But I would prefer it to be defined in the ordinance itself. So that way it could be made clear to businesses that are trying to come into the city when they look into our business fees that it's clear and simple, right on the same page. And don't forget to vote June 2nd. And the first half of this meeting was exhausting. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 6 minutes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana. Soy miembro de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Ya nos conocemos. No estamos de acuerdo en ser vigilados por cámaras ni perros robot. El contrato de FLOT era de $85,000. Ahora quieres hacer el contrato con Axon con más de $4 millones en 5 años. No estás pensando, no tienes criterio propio, estás siendo manipulado y vigilado. No queremos cámaras, no queremos perros robot, queremos seguridad. Es incómodo, me siento en una cárcel, intimidado, sin libertad. Queremos mejoras en nuestra ciudad y comunidad. No queremos que entregues a ICE a nuestra gente trabajadora. Ese dinero que se utiliza en las calles y que se utilice, ese dinero que estás utilizando, que se utilice en mejoras de calles, parques, escuelas, banquetas y centros recreativos. Eso es lo que necesitamos, no en tecnología avanzada. Fuera tus cámaras, fuera ICE.
My name is Ana. I'm a member of the San Bernardino Airport communities. We are not in agreement with being surveilled by your cameras or by your robot dogs. The FLOC contract was previously estimated at $85,000. Now you're trying to establish a contract with Axon for 5 years for over $4 million? Are you not thinking? Are you capable of thinking? Do you not have judgment? Are you being manipulated? We do not want cameras. We do not want robot dogs. We want safety. This makes us feel uncomfortable. I feel unsafe. I feel like I am in a jail. I feel intimidated without any type of liberty. We want our city and our community to be safe. We do not want you to turn our hardworking people over to ICE. This money that you are utilizing, you should be investing that on our streets, into parks, into schools, into fixing the sidewalks and the roads, into recreational centers. That is what we need. Not in this advanced technology that surveils us and imprisons us. Away with your camera and away with ICE.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Melina Enriquez, and I am the president of the City of San Bernardino Young Democrats. And I am here to discuss a man running for the 2nd Ward. A man who claims to be a Democrat, yet has proven to have a man who claims to be a Democrat, yet has proven to have Republican and MAGA values. Benito Barrios. This is not slander. This is not defamation. This is the truth. Benito Barrios, let's talk about the facts. You signed a pro-Trump letter that would have brought ICE to San Bernardino, endorsed Donald Trump for president, made a Facebook post attempting to sell a gun while on the dais during public comments, been a fugitive from the law twice, and being a close 4-year ally of MAGA Mayor John Valdivia. This is not speculation, this is not slander, and this is not defamation. This is the truth. This is what the paper trail tells us. Benito Barrios does not have the local Democratic Party support. You threatened our youngest member, Andy Fuentes, thinking you'll scare or intimidate him, but you're the one that's scared. You're the one intimidated by a 14-year-old, might I add. Andy, I commend you. You are brave and you will not be silenced. As a Latino, you should be embarrassed, ashamed to have signed that letter that would have brought ICE to San Bernardino. Con el nopal en la frente, you signed that letter. The damage is done. No amount of apologizing will change the way I or anyone will see you. Benito Barrios, you are a failed politician, a Democrat with Republican values. Try to deny it all you want, but the paper trail says it all. You were on that dais before and you failed. Give up, drop out.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Porcayo. I'm with the Warehouse Workers Research Center. I am concerned about the new contract you guys are doing with Axon. Axon is a company that makes tools police use like body cameras and license plate reader cameras, along with software to store and manage video and evidence. This is the first time residents are hearing about this contract. Everyone should have the freedom to support their family, the freedom to walk down the street without fear, the freedom to speak out and make our opinions heard, and the freedom to thrive. Instead of wasting money on those bullshit cameras, our community needs parks, less pollution from warehouses, street lighting, and street repairs. Council members, I ask you to pull item 14 for discussion and separate vote, and also when we're having our comments, can you guys please pay attention to us and stop being on your phone, please?
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
I agree with the phone comment. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and neighbors. My name is Will Roberts with the Inland Empire Black Worker Center, demanding that you pull item 14 for discussion and separate vote. Council members, we must not forget our assigned readings. The Orwellian police state that we were correctly taught to fear in 1984 is at our doorstep, and yet is being ushered in to our dystopian present. Researchers, civil rights experts, privacy experts, and everyday people know the data shows increased surveillance does not make us safer. It only increases exploitation, racial profiling, warrantless surveillance, and abuse of privacy and power. For Black and immigrant workers in the IE, we need more community investments, not so-called public safety investments that lead workers to be trafficked and terrorized for so-called future crimes they never committed. The AI models Axon uses to auto-generate police reports are based on the same software MIT researchers have already proven and confirmed hallucinate, making up confident false information because of systemic coding flaws. ACLU has already warned this tech is too unreliable, too biased, and too opaque for any use. What happens when an AI hallucination lands Black and brown workers in jail falsely? What happens when its well-documented racial bias leads to unconstitutionally detaining immigrant families and sends them to detention centers? Over immigration issues that could be resolved with paperwork. Axon rose to fame promising tasers would end killings by police, and yet data shows U.S. police kill more people every year since their rollout. This can be verified, mappingpoliceviolence.org. Axon Tech is a monopoly, but the data shows it's one built on false promises, promises that claim to keep cities safe as Black and brown workers continue to be racially profiled, brutalized, and murdered. Axon's zealous leaders pitched the idea of taser-equipped drones that patrol schools, an idea that was quickly shelved after widespread public outrage and its own ethics board resigned over the idea. I repeat, 9 of Exxon's 12 members and their ethics board resigned, saying in a joint letter that they, quote, lost faith in Exxon's ability to be responsible partners. The list goes on with digital rights groups and researchers citing Axon systems intentionally hiding AI's role, leaving no audit trail, risks of third-party accessing sensitive recordings like privileged attorney conversations, zero oversight, and no guardrails on data retention or sharing. Axon seeks profit, not safety. Its profit line must go up each year, and they must sell you the snake oil that we need to buy more and more of their tech year over year. But council members, I urge you to think, how much will it cost San Bernardino if the city loses an invasion of privacy lawsuit? How much will it cost this city's economy, its legacy, when its black and brown workers are repeatedly terrorized, profiled, and its rights are violated? This contract is undemocratic in its very nature. A yes vote would give San Bernardino residents no say in how they will be watched and policed. The trust of San Bernardino residents will continue to be violated. Do not be the representative who works with a company whose own ethics board resigned, a company with no independent testing, and a company with the regulatory.
Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Betsaida. I'm a community organizer here in San Bernardino. I am extremely concerned about the surveillance that you all continue to push for. And of course, we would all find out last minute about this contract where you guys will be voting yes or no on a set 5-year contract with Axon, spending $4.1 million on expanded surveillance. We've come to the meetings countless times to express our concerns with your current connection to Flock surveillance, and no action has been taken. Are you guys listening to us? It has been clearer than ever that you guys are not here to represent the people of your community. You all have completely disregarded our concerns about surveillance in our city. It is ridiculous that you guys are continuing to install more surveillance with a company like Axon, a private tech company that makes tools police use, that will end up holding massive amounts of sensitive public data, including police evidence. This is not about safety, it is about surveillance. Axon works closely with federal immigration enforcement agencies and is already profiting from ICE kidnappings, creating more and more fear and disruption caused all over the country and here in our city. I'm demanding the council to vote no on this contract that expands its relationship with Axon. This will continue to harm our community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Vincent. I'm a organizer and campaigner out here in the Inland Empire. As some of folks have raised, we've been here many meetings raising concerns about Flock, raising concerns about automated license plate readers, and there's so much reporting and information out there on the harms of AI and ALPRs. I think my friend Will said it very well of what that research from groups like MIT and other tech-based research groups have shown about the harms of ALPRs. And then we find out that this rushing through of this Axon contract and the expansion of this contract is happening tonight without any community input or community transparency. These are the same tools that Flock is using or contracting, but this is a different company. This is a different company, but even worse. They're working with ICE and DHS. They're working with corporations like Amazon. And all of this data, we don't own this data. All of this data that we're giving up, these big tech corporations are owning it. Where is that going? Who does this serve, right? And this is another move by big tech to profit off of our communities, profit off of our data, profit off of our information, and share that where? With other tech corporations, with other federal agencies, right? So they are developing an in real time AI RAN ecosystem. And we should really be questioning what this move, like why are we rushing into this? And with this $4.1 million contract, that's $4.1 million. Think about that, $4.1 million, right? We're moving to rush into this contract. That's nearly 50 times the previous Flock contract. We have the money to monitor, we have the money to track our communities, we have the money to gather this data on our communities. But as some of the residents raised, we don't have money to fix our streets, for green spaces, for investment in the infrastructure in the schools. I don't know, the money's not lining up, like make it make sense. Axon is not an alternative to Flock. And we need to really look at the surveillance tools that we're deploying in rapid time. So we demand that you pull item 14 for discussion, separate the vote, and we really talk about what surveillance, what AI, and what this information that they're gathering on us is what is it really doing for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, Helen Tran, and members of the San Bernardino City Council. My name is Maribel Del Rio, and I am here today on behalf of my group as we are completing a community advocacy project focused on human trafficking awareness in San Bernardino. When people hear the words human trafficking, many imagine something distant or rare, but the truth is that it happens in communities just like ours. It happens in neighborhoods, online, in hotels, at parties, and sometimes even in schools. Many victims are young people who are manipulated when they are vulnerable, isolated, or simply looking for support and belonging. What makes this issue especially dangerous is how invisible it can be. Victims often do not come forward because of fear, shame, threats, or to not even knowing they're being exploited. This is why awareness matters so much. As students, we may not have the power to change laws overnight, but we do have the power to educate, speak up, and bring attention to issues that affect our community. This project has shown us that many people still do not know the warning signs of trafficking or the resources available to victims. Something as simple as community education, public conversations, and support from local leaders can help save lives. Today, I ask this council to continue supporting awareness efforts in San Bernardino through partnerships with schools, community events, youth programs, and local organizations. Human trafficking survives when people stay silent or look away. But when a community chooses to acknowledge the problem and work together, change becomes possible. Every victim is someone's child, sibling, friend, or loved one. They deserve safety, support, and a community willing to stand up for them. As we conclude our project, our data revealed that only 3 of the 12 businesses that we surveilled and surveyed had the mandated signage as required by law. With the discrepancies being accounted for, we believe speaking here is the first step in spreading awareness. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today on behalf of our project, Voices for Freedom.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Abraham Zavala. I am the State Director of Organizing with Tectonic Justice. I also live in the 4th District next to Cal State San Bernardino. I'm here tonight as a dad who is concerned for the safety of his family and my community because of the cameras and the tracking and the surveillance. We do not feel safe, like most community members in this room do not feel safe as well. Why? Because there's a contract up on the table for $4 million with Axon. Organization Tectonic Justice envisions a world rooted in justice for people that's leaving people behind, right? The AI is leaving people behind. We find that most of the conversations when we advise public agencies or cities or other jurisdictions across the country, that oftentimes there's a educational gap that our constituents, right, us constituents offer more information to folks sometimes in elected office because clearly the way this contract went down, community members weren't aware of this. And we find that to be a little bit alarming that community wasn't centered in any way, wasn't advised in any way of what's happening. There's no transparency in the contract. And that's pretty alarming for a variety of reasons. Oftentimes when we counsel folks on the issues of AI, and mind you, we are an organization that doesn't believe in that guardrails are enough, right? These are normal times. AI isn't being driven by economic incentives that's gonna help or make our lives easier. They're driven by surveillance, they're driven by monitoring, they're driven by fascism, right? Let's be honest, these are different times, and we are in different situations of struggle. Your community's talking about ICE, talking about all these other things. And so what I would say is that you pull item 14, you bring it up to discussion, and hold the vote there. And the reality is, the question is, have there been any protocols? Have there been any, it's called like data minimization, right? AI systems affecting basic human needs are only permitted to collect, right, personal data necessary for narrow purposes. have you ensured that this, protects the privacy of people, right? That doesn't infringe on civil liberties? Those are the real concerns that you should be considering as the city council. How are you implementing this, right? But again, these are not normal times. Folks are telling you very clearly. We do message testing all the time. The algorithm clearly shows, right? Folks do not want data centers, do not want tracking, do not want cameras or surveillance. And then all of you up for a re-election, so I would really suggest you consider that your constituents are asking, demanding, that you respect their privacy, respect their civil liberties. Because a lot of these civil liberties are at risk, are at stake with acts and other technologies. And we're only beginning to learn the harms of it, so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Vida with the Warehouse Workers Resource Center, and I ask that while I'm up here for my 3 minutes, you all pay attention. I don't want any of you on your phones the way that you have been with everybody else. I'm here alongside community members that live near the airport who are unfortunately represented by Mr. Bootlicker himself, Teddy Sanchez. But all of you continue to do a lot of harm to the community that lives here by leaving them out of the decision-making. You've seen us here time and time again demanding that you guys cut the $84,000 contract that you have with Flock. Safety, which keeps us surveilled, not safe. If you wanted to keep us safe, you could use that $84,000 to do anything to improve the wellness of our community, such as creating programs of reform, fixing the fucking roads that are super messed up everywhere, and creating more green spaces such as Seacom Park that remains closed when it should have been ready 2 months ago. The last time we were here, actually, a couple of you guys asked us about Flock. So that tells the community that you don't know the bullshit that you're investing their tax dollars into, right? And now you want to decide on a contract of over $4 million with Axon Enterprise. This is a company that provides surveillance technology to the military and the police. What do we need that here for? I don't see how that's supposed to help anybody, but you guys that are endorsed by the police themselves, right? So not only are you continuing to brush off the demands of the community that pays for your seats, but you're making the decision to give more power back to that police department that endorses half of you. We see so clearly now more than ever the corruption that will be your legacy. But where does that leave the community? It leaves us having to demand once again that you not follow through with this contract that will continue to surveil and oppress us. And if you do, I'm hoping it leaves the few of you that are up for re-election out of a job after the primaries, because you haven't done a fucking thing while you've been in those seats. So we demand that you pull item 14 up for discussion and a separate vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, and community members. My name is Alejandro Gutierrez Chavez, and my hope and for tonight is to speak on the item for discussion for item 14 and the parallel between ensuring our social fabric as a community continues to grow and support all of our community members, and how surveillance infrastructure is counterintuitive and not supporting our communities to thrive, and connect it to historical situations that has happened across the world and also the United States. So I think this conversation is larger than cameras. It is about long-term relationship between technology, public trust, and human behavior ultimately. We are seeing across the country rapid investment in surveillance infrastructure, specifically through companies like Axon Enterprise and Flock Safety. These systems have networks capable of tracking movement and human behavior at scale that we have not ever seen before. It makes data, situations, and technology infrastructure that has already proven to influence human behavior and cause disruptions, and even situations that have happened in Myanmar with the genocide of the community, the Rohingya people, look small at scale. So history gives us reason to be cautious, ultimately. The United Nations investigators found that Facebook played a determining role in spreading hate speech and disinformation that fueled that violence and genocide to the Rohingya people in Myanmar. And Cambridge Analytica, the scandal that exposed behavior data from millions of people that was harvested and targeted for psychological and political targeting, that we are still feeling the impacts today that divided our country and community. These examples show that these systems designed to collect human behavior ultimately and have horrible consequences. The technology itself is not bad. I think public safety matters deeply and everybody deserves to feel safe, but we must recognize that surveillance infrastructure introduced today does not happen and it's not frozen in time. These systems we normalize under one administration may later be used under entirely different political conditions, policies, and intentions. We need to do our proper due diligence on what are the data sharing agreements. Why are these companies valuated at billions of dollars, but when you look at their contracts with the cities and their current public contracts, it's a minuscule of scale. So what are they really selling through data sharing agreements that we do not know? Really, it's human behavior at scale. So my encouragement is to pull that item.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Jennifer, and I reside in Ward 2. I wanted to raise concerns about the rush vote to approve the $4.1 million in funding for AXNOX, I can't spell, whatever. A surveillance technology company that the police department is pushing for at the same time when our community asks for $3 million in funding for the arts and the culture programs that create healthy living opportunities and safe spaces, and an investment in our community economy. We are told that the city is facing deficit and that there is no funding available. The contradiction is unacceptable. Our communities deserve an investment resources that uplift and protect our people. Not surveillance systems that disproportionately target already by over-policed and undeserved communities. There are already videos showing people in our communities being harmed and targeted and taken. Yet instead of investing in protection and care and the opportunity, the city is choosing to expand surveillance. What are you doing to actually keep our people safe? I urge City Council not to move forward with the AXNOX contract. Expanding surveillance technology will only make our communities more heavily monitored and more valuable to big tech companies that profit from collecting all of our data. Most of the community members that spoke today were Latino, and I'm very proud for them to take that opportunity, and I hope that shows all of you your community, because it doesn't feel like you're protecting anyone. So I urge you to definitely end that contract and allow the people in the community to have a say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council, staff, community members. My name is Ulises Rodriguez. I serve as the Associate Director for Arts Connection, your Arts Council of San Bernardino County. I'm also a local artist and a community leader. I'm here to express my deep concern and the concern of the community that I serve regarding the agreement with Accent that would allocate $4.1 million to increase the surveillance on our community. I understand that we want to keep our communities and our streets safe. Trust me, we all want the same thing. But I'm not very convinced that surveilling our community is the way to do it. I would encourage you to instead use that money to support the communities and the organizations that truly make communities in our streets and our parks safer by creating events that unite people. I encourage you all to instead invest that money in our culture bearers and our artists, the ones that build the safe and vibrant communities of belongings by creating murals, by sharing their music, doing festivals, having family activities, and sharing their contagious happiness with all of us that will bring us together. When we talk about public works and activating spaces, please know that it's not just talking about parks. We're talking about also supporting and investing in revitalizing our cities, such as the East Street Corridor, and continue to work with those to designate our cultural districts, to invest in our local creative businesses, to invest in affordable housing, to help create more opportunities for local artists, and continue to create more and more jobs for all of us. This is the type of investment that invites people to visit our city, to invest in our city, to start businesses in our city without displacing our artists and community members. This is the type of investment that invites people to come to live and protect our city, to come here because they want to live in a city that celebrates us, naturally making us all feel safer and not want to record our every move and automatically start treating us like we're criminals. So I will encourage you to pull that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Rosa Gonzalez. I'm with Unión del Barrio. I wanted to say, as someone who lived in San Bernardino a few years when I was a kid, now I work with people that live in San Bernardino. I go to their homes, I go to their schools, I go to community events in San Bernardino. I am appalled with this unscrupulous deal that's being proposed with Axon to expand surveillance of the city's residents. As a lot of people have already said, $4 million should not be going to surveillance, policing, criminalizing people, stalking people, human rights abuses. It should be instead going to education, the arts, housing assistance, rehab, so many other crucial services that the city of San Bernardino has been needing for a long time and needs it now more than ever. So that being said, I do urge the council to say no to this contract and all future contracts with surveillance companies. San Bernardino deserves way better than this. It deserves to feel safe, it deserves to feel part of a community and not like just another entity under the control of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, Mayor and distinguished council. My name is Mark Robinson Sr., and I like to say it's good to be home. I am number 7 generation of 14 generations here in San Bernardino County. And I appreciate my partners in the blue. They do a wonderful job. Now, I just returned after 10 years, traveling to 45 states and seeing basically what was going on. Now I'm back. Before I left, I was into the politics. I worked well with Josie Gonzalez and Barbara Boxer. I'm impressed after coming back after 10 years of seeing how clean the city is from when I left. And I heard a lot about you, Mayor, that you were proactive. And I can see the difference and I can see the change. Now, I hear the people talking about the cameras. You need the cameras belong to Homeland Security. You cannot blame the council for the cameras. Okay, we have cameras in every state, and that's called cyber security, and it's for your safety. It is not the spot. Let me finish.
Please do not disrupt the speaker with respect, please.
Let me finish. I don't think anybody in here is important enough where we want to just monitor you 24/7. We get countless threats in the United States of America day in and day out. If we told you how many threats that we get here, it would be a pandemic. Believe you me, the cameras are not to get into your personal life. I look forward to working with the City Council of San Bernardino, also with the county. Okay, the last meeting I went to was in Upland because I lived in Upland. I worked well with Mercer and all of them. So this city used to be all-American city, and when I was here, I was chairman for Civil and Human Rights with the National Association for Equal Justice of America, trained by Christine Park Gonzalez, who was the director of the EEOC. I had many town hall meetings out here. So I got a lot of blood and I got a lot of sweat here. My mom is the one that started the project Affordable Housing here in San Bernardino. She's the one that did it for the federal government, for San Bernardino. 2 of my uncles were the first black CHPs in San Bernardino. My mom also was the first black deputy sheriff in Fontana, California, when the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan was there.
Thank you.
So I
Thank
look
you.
forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Miriam Nieto. And yeah, I am here because the police has done it again. They managed to bring up a vote for more surveillance and for their convenience without any transparency, without any education to the community, without any understanding. And really, I ask you, Council, that, you know, this is on the consent where it's just gonna get voted on if you guys don't pull the item. Do you guys really know what you guys are voting for? Do you guys know who Axon is? Do you know how far the surveillance goes? Do you know who the data sharing will be shared to? Can you guys answer all of these questions? As if we ask you guys, the community, can you guys truly answer all of these questions and know exactly what the surveillance and corporation monitoring will be? Because if not, then if you vote on it, are you really voting on it because you know what you're voting on, or is it because you're being bought out by the San Bernardino Police Association? You know, so I really urge you guys to have a better understanding and really talk to the community about this. If you guys don't have the education yourself, community organizations are here to really support. We're constantly asking you guys like, hey, what is going on, you know, and let us educate or let us talk together about you guys educating us maybe on something that we don't know, right? I really encourage you guys to do your work, as city officials, as people who are serving the community. I really ask you guys to actually serve the community and be crucial with your guys' decisions and not just vote something because you guys are being lobbied for it to do it. On that note, I want to say this decision lacks transparency, and it's unclear whether this amount is on top of the proposed 150 million budget that is already included. It's also uncertain if the council members are fully aware of what they are voting for today. Yeah, I want to challenge the narrative that the police department enhances quality of life. The numerous lawsuits and the ongoing misuses of funds suggest otherwise. I urge you to invest in programs that foster creative economy with support more than just surveillance and police convenience. Consider how many police officers actually live in our community and contribute to our local economy. We the people, we are here today, reside, work, and play here, adding to those sale taxes that you guys are gonna get $4.1 million for this Axon contract. We do that, not the police. So again, we are asking you to really invest in other programs like culture and economy, entrepreneurship, and other good jobs. We need, you wanna talk about how can we actually bring equitable housing here? Talk about good jobs. Where are those good jobs and who is building that economy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to back up what that person said. You people don't listen. You don't listen to us out here. You don't listen to your constituents. And a couple of you could care less about your constituents. Everyone, voters will begin getting your ballots in the mail this week. Please check first of all, please check your registration, either in person or online. Several people have informed me that they were dropped, even though they have voted for years. So check your registration. These are trying times. Election is June 2nd. Ward 1, most of your constituents don't even know who you are. You are on your phone during council meetings. You have been in office 2 terms covering the downtown area. The mall property hasn't moved. No real restaurants downtown to serve businesses, government workers, or visitors. There's boarded buildings. East Street is an embarrassing fiasco that has not been addressed yet. We have begged you to work on downtown. And what have you done? Your corruption, pay to play, and obstruction of legislation were already part of a recall effort recently. Ward 1 residents, do you want this to continue? Think about it. Ward 2, what have you done? I did try to find your campaign website, doesn't exist. Facebook doesn't exist because there's nothing to campaign about. What have you done for Ward 2? And you definitely cannot hold your own against Ward 1 and Ward 4. They're too strong. Ward 4, I got your mailer. Your mailer stressed your military service, and I commend you for your service. Being in office almost 18 years, military service does not translate into taking care of your ward. It's two different things, okay? Your flyer states you helped to bring the city out of bankruptcy, but remember, didn't you help us get into bankruptcy? Weren't you in office at the time? Okay. The PD endorsed you because you always vote to give them more money, right? Just like you're going to do tonight. Just like they're going to get part of the CDBG grant. Waterman to the Mountains is an embarrassment, and 40th Street and North Park are in worse conditions since they were redrawn into your ward. You haven't done anything. Mayor, I think the council is too much for you to handle. None of them get along. And you can't herd the cats unless there's action, unless there's something against Dr. Ortiz, then you all seem to get along, right? You did not take care of, oh, this is a good one. You did not take care of the city workers when you were an HR director, and you're not taking care of the city now. People, the ballots are out this week. Be sure you vote fine by June 2nd, because only you can make the change that's needed. People vote. It is important that you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Segura. I am the Executive Director of the Garcia Center for the Arts. I came tonight to speak on item 17, but I also want to speak on 14 and say to pull that and make sure there's more community engagement around it. I think Miriam lifted it. If you guys can't answer those questions, why are you guys voting on it? And then just going into my support for item 17, I have to do it because I have to go home to my kids right now, so I won't be able to stay for the rest of the meeting. But we as the Garcia Center, we support the creative economy, and we all hope you support it as well. And we hope that support reflects in our budget that we're going to be passing, and we hope you put that $3 million investment that we talked about at the budget hearing. The Garcia Center for the Arts has been a cornerstone for the creative economy in San Bernardino, supporting arts organizations, cultural bearers, artists, and entrepreneurs through our programs and facilities. The Mercado 536, the Creative Entrepreneurship Program, currently serves 40 creative entrepreneurs with over 100 artists and makers interested in participation. For over a decade, we've been able to build community and incubate cultural movements and organizations by providing space to grow and create. And related to the creative economy, I just want to invite everyone who are residents and voters. We have 2 candidate forums, one being May 26th, the other May 28th. You can hear the mayor and first ward candidates speak to issues related to the creative economy, development of green spaces, workforce development, and quality of life. And through the Garcia Center, our programs and the grants we've brought in, most of the Garcia Center has been managed off of just one private grant, a life estate from Frank Plash. And that was what rehabilitated the whole building and rehabbed it and got us to the point where we are today. But over the decade, I would say we've brought in about $2.3 million into the economy that's been generated and paid to contractors, other businesses, the people who teach there, the staff. So you got to realize the creative economy can have impact, especially when we invest in it. How much have we got investment from the city? I'm going to start with Fred. Thank you, Fred, for the fountain. A long time ago, we gave every council member as a commission. As the Arts Commission, we gave every council member $5,000 to spend in the city. Fred helped Ernie with the fountain that you walk in and you see at the center. I believe a few more thousand was given from those grants to the center, and then we got a VAPA grant around 20 to 30,000 to provide free programming for the community. I would say in total, it's only been 50,000 that the city has given to the Garcia Center. So when we ask for investment into the arts, it's not for the center, it's for the entire community. It's for programs, it's for preventative measures and strategies instead of us just investing into reactionary. We keep investing into surveillance reactionary. We need to invest in our youth. We need to invest in those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
I question the intelligence of anyone trying to re-elect you guys. Forensic audit You guys know what a forensic audit is. We don't need to be sitting here trying to figure out what that is. All you guys voted for it, and then the city manager, he try to play dumb, act like he don't know what a forensic audit is. Find the money. Wherever the money at, find it. Short-term rentals. I think that was a dumb idea for you guys to do that, take it away. Like we say, we have fires all the time. Just imagine someone gets their house burnt. A short-term rental would have helped that person. And then the money that most of the people making off a short-term rental, it's not like they fucking balling out and buying a boat. They just try to make ends meet, paying bills. They're just trying to survive. So y'all should bring back short-term rentals. The street cleanup. The idea of you guys taxing people because they're parked in the street cleaner's way, that was dumb. And it was dumb that you guys decided to come up with a way to bring in money to the city is to tax people that parked in the street cleaner way instead of coming up with a creative way to bring money to the community. We need to start thinking about tourists, things that we already have. We have Route 66, we have the McDonald's, we used to have the hang gliding. We could have combined all that together. We could have made something happen with that. Downtown, we could have used some of those empty buildings, put small businesses inside the empty buildings, charge them low rent to bring people downtown instead of those buildings burning up because it's empty as hell. Now crackheads is running up and doing their thing. Yeah, and then the water department. That's crazy about the water department can raise the money up, raise the fees on us without the city council even saying anything. They have the power. That's crazy. The other thing too, the POA is some good officers. I'm talking about the ones that supports Theodore Sanchez and Old Man Fred. It's crazy that you guys support Theodore Sanchez, and Theodore Sanchez haven't done shit in his ward. And then the building that used to be a police department, he allowed a slum landlord to continue renting out the building to people, and it was feces. It was just horrible, hella horrible. And then Old Man Fred, you guys never even funded Old Man Fred until now, and that was kind of weird too for you guys to fund this man. And my personal opinion, you guys probably funded him with the Ortiz situation. And then the rest of you guys who have been funded by the POA, you guys should have excused yourselves from the meeting instead of being in those litigation meetings, because you guys did get paid more than $500 from the POA. What else? We should have these insurance companies up in here and getting on their ass, because insurance is way too fucking high for anybody and everybody. So they should be up in here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Scott Olson. I'm a lifetime resident of San Bernardino, graduated Pacific High School, class of 1980. Yeah, I'm way too old. I feel it every day. Now, that being said, I've also been very active politically in local politics. Every city council person up there can tell you, good or bad, I've been involved. Now, Sandra, I'm embarrassed, and I have to apologize to you for the members of the Republican Central Committee. Okay, their attack on you with the last hit piece is just inexcusable. It's literally wrong, it's deceptive, it takes things out of context, and it's a non-issue, but they make it look bad. What can I say? Now, in doing this, I also have to say the same thing happened to Fred and Ted by the same people. Now, I have to be honest about it, even though I want to see both Fred and Ted primaried. That would make me happy. Sandra, I look forward to you serving another 4 years. Now, back to the real issue here, and if it gets confusing and you don't understand, even the peanut gallery that can't keep their mouth shut, you know, here we go. When I'm talking about the treasurer,
keep the audience comments to a minimum, please.
and I'm talking about the developer, there one person is the treasurer, one person is developer. You see, Sandra, she was attacked by an individual who's a treasurer on a PAC. What is a PAC? It's a political action committee. It's what special interests use to launder money through so they don't have to pay attention to financial limits. It happens all the time. It's totally legal. I'm not alleging illegal comments. But here's the fun part. The individual who's the treasurer for these PACs is also the treasurer for the Republican Central Committee, hence why I have to apologize to Sandra for their behavior. And by the way, as a matter of disclosure, I am a member of the Republican Central Committee. Fred is an executive director, or caucus chair, excuse me, I used the wrong terms, and his friend, who's a treasurer on this PAC that's attacking him, they both work together. I thought they were friends. I don't know about you, but Freddie, you got friends like that. You don't need enemies. Okay, now we go to the big one, Teddy. You can smile all you want, but your treasurer is the same person who's behind all of this. The treasurer that got you tens of thousands of dollars that you thought as a Democrat you were going to score with helping with a Republican member of the treasurer of the Republican Central Committee, yeah, he got you tens of thousands of dollars, but guess what? He's also the treasurer on the PAC that attacked you and Sandra and Fred. He's the treasurer of Central Committee. He's the treasurer of your campaign. Yeah, your own campaign treasurer just threw you under the bus. Threw his friend Fred under the bus as well. You see, it's all the same person, the treasurer of Central Committee, the treasurer of the PACs that gave you the $10,000, your treasurer on your campaign, it's all the same guy. He's also the treasurer of the PAC funded by a local developer that threw you under the bus.
Hello, my name is Phoenix, and I'm a community member, and I'm here to demand that the City Council vote no on this contract that expands its relationship with Axon. Axon tracks your movements and stores your data, and we don't know who and why, who are the people and why they're accessing this information. It has led to a lot of misuse and false arrest. In 2022, a woman was arrested falsely because of Flock cameras. And if you guys need, I can provide sources for all of this. There is no substantial evidence that Flock cameras effectively prevent crime. However, there is plenty of evidence to suggest they do more harm to communities than help. Some police officers also seem to be using Flock data to stalk their exes, partners, and potential love interests. The Institute for Justice, a public interest law firm, recently conducted an analysis of media reports and found at least 14 cases across the US where cops are alleged to have accessed all of this data. This is back in 2025. A 2025 analysis found that some police departments have been using the Flock networks to surveil activist groups and investigate protesters. Mind you, protesting is a constitutional right. Now, dozens of cities across the US have ditched the company because of concerns about how broad its technology can be used. Here are some of those cities just in California alone: El Cerrito, Santa Clara County, Mountain View, Oxnard, Los Altos Hills, and Richmond, California. We are all at risk, everyone in this room. They have the ability to not just target us, but our loved ones. We all have families, sisters, cousins, and what happens if they fall out with someone they are dating or somebody they're close to, they're married? We don't know what's gonna happen. People have all this information to stalk you, each one of you guys. And you guys are sitting here in City Council, but you won't be there forever. Now, unlike the homeless problem or slumlord issues across the cities that require urgent attention because people's livelihoods are in jeopardy, you all sit there asking questions about finding money for those things. Yet you have $4.1 million to take from hardworking taxpayers that you're trying to give away to Flock, an $8 billion company who is not going to starve or end up on the streets, unlike your constituents. Thank you.
My name is Al Palazzo, Mayor, Council Member, City Manager. Mayor, I apologize for the last conversation we had where I said you have no clue about what I'm trying to say. You said that I should talk to the city manager. I will be meeting with the city manager. I will briefly try to cover 6 categories: the mall site, affordable housing, more diverse eateries downtown, plazas for pedestrian places, water display, making San Bernardino a destination and creating jobs. How these ideas can be implemented without government money. I went to the movies this weekend. There were scenes of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper and the Galleria Shopping Center in Milan, Italy. I have been there. The Galleria in the movie inspired me to design the mall site that I gave you portions. Words that stood out for me in the movie were, "We are not perfect." The people. The people in San Bernardino are our most important resource. All of the ideas that I talk about, whether I talk about economic development, creating jobs, it starts with the people. When I take people on my vision tour, I'm showing them buildings, but that's just so that they can see the building that's going to describe the jobs that we can create for the people of this community, the affordable housing that we can build for them, and the small businesses that we can start and help them grow. I saw this as a child, and we can bring it back. I am not going to stop trying to find the words to persuade you to hear my ideas to rebuild San Bernardino. I guarantee no one else will bring to the table the ideas that I have spent 50 years developing. 50 years. And that's just not my imagination. It's my education and training, my professional experience, and this feeling that I owe San Bernardino a debt. What can I give back? Well, this vato from Mount Vernon is really not a pendejo that comes over here every 2 weeks. Anyway, I wish you could see the city I dream of.
All right, thank you. I think that concludes the public comment portion of our meeting tonight. We will be moving on to consent calendar, items 8 through... Okay, got it. We are going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We will return at 8:50. Thank you.
Council, can you return to the dais so we can continue the business? Okay, we're back from recess. I had to think about the word just now. Okay, I think before we start, because we're so close to 9 o'clock, can I just go ahead and ask the question ask that of the council to go past 10 p.m. if needed?
Mayor, I make a motion to go
Thank
past
you.
10 p.m. if needed.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Second.
Thank you for the second. Madam City Clerk? This is because we're at 9 o'clock, and should we need to go past 10 p.m., I just need council to be okay.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council. Moving on to the consent calendar, items 8 to 16. I believe, Mr. City Manager, you have a pool.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm asking to pull number 9 and move it to a future agenda.
Is that the next feature, or
Just move it out.
just
pull
move it
for
until it's
tonight,
ready
yeah.
to come back? Okay. So item number 9 is pulled by the City Manager. Councilmember Ibarra, do you have any pulls?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 14, bring it back as a discussion item, possibly for the next council meeting, not tonight. And then wanted clarification on item 15, if possible. Just a real quick question. I see on the map, this is actually Ward.
Councilmember, we do have to pull it. So is it just 14 and 15?
I just had a question on it.
Even if it's a question, it's still a pull.
Okay.
So is it 14 and 15 anymore?
14 and 15, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Councilmember Sanchez. Any polls?
No pulls.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes, Mayor, I actually would like to pull 14, and is that a?
10 and 14? Or?
Did she make a motion?
Who made a motion?
To pull and continue?
You don't need a.
No. We just got to pull the items.
Okay, then 14, and that's it.
Just 14?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Figueroa? Thank you. Councilmember Flores?
None.
Councilmember Charette? None. Thank you. Items 9 is pulled for the future meeting, 14 and 15 is pulled. Can I have a motion for
Move
the
the balance.
Mayor,
Yes,
I'm going to recuse
Councilmember
myself from
Ortiz.
item 10 for a potential conflict of interest in that one of the attorneys is also my attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I will also note for the record that I will need to recuse myself from item 13 because I have received a campaign contribution exceeding $500 from Fairview Ford within the last 12 months. Is there a motion for the remaining balance?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will start with item 14.
I'd like to make the motion, Mayor, if we can, pull it and bring it back for a discussion for either the next council meeting or next month. This does deserve a discussion openly with the public. I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
I'd like to make a
Councilmember-
substitute motion to have that discussion tonight.
Okay. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Councilmember Flores?
Question, the motion is to continue the discussion for today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No.
Councilmember Ortiz?
No.
The motion is tied 3-3 with Councilmember Ibarra, Flores, and Ortiz voting in opposition.
Will this come back to the next council meeting?
You need to vote on that.
No, I'm asking Councilmember for the motion. Is this coming back to the next council meeting?
But motion fails, right? And we go to the regular.
Oh, this is for tonight.
Regular motion.
So there were two motions made. The first one was to continue the discussion tonight. It failed because it tied. The first motion, I think you were asking for clarification what the first motion was. And Councilmember Barr, was that to bring it to the next meeting or the meeting after?
Next meeting.
The next meeting?
I can leave this to the discretion of our city manager if it's possible at the next council meeting or the one for the 1st in June.
The next one?
Yeah, next one.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Mayor, I would encourage you to exercise your tie-breaking authority to move this discussion, to move forward with the discussion tonight. That is my request of you.
No, we're going to go back to the first because I'd like to have more discussion and it may need more time.
So let's proceed to vote on the first motion, please, and maybe Talisha, you can repeat the motion.
Okay, so the first motion was to move the item to discussion and hear it at the next meeting or the meeting to follow.
Correct.
Councilmember Sanchez?
And this is to move forward to the next meeting.
Yes.
Wait. Wait a second.
Councilmember, this
Relax.
to move to the next meeting.
Yes, go ahead and come back to me.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? So the motion is to move the item, to basically take it off of consent, move it to discussion, and then have the discussion at the next meeting or the meeting to follow.
And what will be added to that? That's not on there right now.
Is there any way we can vote again now that Kim's back?
Can we just, Councilmember, it's just, again, it's allowing just a little time for the next meeting.
I don't see what's going to change between now and then, so no.
Okay. Okay, please, we're going to continue the votes.
Councilmember Charette?
Is this essentially to continue the item?
Continue
No, I
the
don't support
item at a
that.
future meeting
I
for
don't
a
support
robust
that.
conversation, discussion.
So that's a no vote for you, Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem-
Councilman, can you put on the mic? And then, is it yes or no?
I don't support continuing
Thank
this
you.
item.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Can you please restate what this vote is for?
Okay, so the motion is to continue this item, to remove it from consent and move it to discussion and have the discussion at the next meeting or the meeting to follow. Oh, sorry, item number 14, which would be for the authorize a professional service agreement with Axon Enterprise Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $4,150,000 for a 5-year period beginning May 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2031.
Thank you for clarifying that. And this item was pulled. Is there not an opportunity to discuss it being that it was pulled?
There was a original motion made, which is what's being voted on now. There was a substitute motion made to discuss it tonight, to move forward and discuss it tonight. It failed on a 3-3 vote, so we're voting now on that first motion. If this motion fails, we're back to status quo, which is it's on the agenda to discuss tonight.
Got
So
it.
you can still have that discussion.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. Then my vote is no.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
And Councilmember Sanchez?
To postpone the discussion, no.
Okay, motion fails to postpone the discussion. I'm sorry, with Councilmember Sanchez, Figueroa, Charette, and Knaus voting in opposition.
Okay, so I will go ahead, and there was a motion, an original motion, there was a substitute motion, so I will make an alternate motion, which has to be
And the mayor can
substantively,
veto.
which is substantively different than the motion or the substitute motion. So my alternate motion will be to approve this without a presentation tonight, approve now, and then bring back before the end of the calendar year, a report back on Axon's contract.
This is so confusing. Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
I'd like to,
Councilmember, let's just pause for a moment, okay? Just pause.
go for it.
So now that the motion did not move forward, now it's going to be pulled, so council can have discussion, correct, or no?
If the alternate motion does not get a second, we're still in status quo, you're still discussing
And the
tonight.
alternate motion is,
I'll ask the councilman to repeat it.
please repeat.
My motion is to have the presentation, take the vote, and then direct staff to bring back before the end of the calendar year a status update on another full presentation on where the contract stands, bring back stats as to how this has impeded or impacted or positively helped fight crime in our city.
Councilmember, both of us down here heard you originally say you wanted to waive staff presentation.
No, I will
I heard
change,
you now
I will
say
change
you
the
want staff
alternate, yeah.
presentation?
So the substantive difference would be to direct staff before the end of the calendar year to bring back what could I call this? An informative, an information item, a receive and file type presentation by the police department before the end of the calendar year on where things lie with the Axon contract, just so that people can continue to understand what we are approving.
For clarification, Mr. City Attorney,
Yes, Mayor.
I'm trying to understand what Councilmember Sanchez is trying to do. Couldn't we just go back to the discussion then?
You're going to have that. That's
Yes.
included in his motion.
So, okay, so
you
a
can have-
discussion, not a
yeah.
presentation, it's a
You-
discussion.
Well, it's both.
Yes,
You get the staff presentation, then you have an opportunity
Right,
to
so-
discuss it. You can vote on it, but included in the motion made was also to direct staff to come back at the next meeting to basically have a workshop session about the contract and, what it entails.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Mayor, is,
sorry,
there is no presentation. I mean, it's what we have as far as the agenda item, so the community's not going to be able to see anything. Am I correct? You guys don't have a presentation to present, you just have the item. That's it. So we're not going to be presenting anything to the public other than to be able to give them clarifying stuff, to be able to have them see a breakdown based on questions that we have that we would like presented so that we can move forward with a completely engaged and educated portion of the community. It's just what you have tonight.
When I say presentation, that could be verbal or writing, but, you do have an alternate motion. If there's no second to that, we can go right ahead into whatever staff report is going to be given. And at the end of that, you can have a discussion, and if anyone else wants to make a motion to direct staff at that time, there's still that opportunity.
I believe the motion on the floor actually supports discussion of this item. Is that correct?
That's
Okay,
correct.
so
It includes discussion.
I will support that motion so we can continue discussion of the item.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette, Mayor Pro Tem Knaus,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Would you please be able to repeat the motion?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
No.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ortiz voting in opposition.
Thank you. Staff, could you present the staff report? PD, not Public Works. Do you both want to just sit here in the front together? Thank you. Please do not disrupt. Please be respectful. Thank you. If you disrupt, you're going to have a warning and you're going to be asked to leave. Please.
Hello. My name is Jose Castro. I'm a lieutenant with the police department. I'm in charge of our real-time information center. We put together this staff report, and rather than going into and summarizing, I know that there's a lot of questions that you guys may have, and we'd love to answer whatever questions those are to alleviate some of the concerns.
I think if you could just kind of summarize, what's coming before us,
Absolutely.
and just an overview, and then we can be able to provide you some questions. Would be great.
So this is primarily a modification of the current agreement that we have with Axon that is mostly for body-worn cameras. We've had this agreement since 2017. The body-worn cameras have been effective in being objective viewers of incidents with police, diffusing situations, mitigating complaints. I think the body-worn camera element of the agreement is not something that's up for much debate. This is to expand that because we've expanded as a police department. Not only the body-worn cameras themselves, but the licenses that allow people in the department to view the footage. So it's not a one-to-one. We don't have one camera for everybody that works at the department, but we have more licenses because there are certain departments that need licenses that don't need a camera, a body-worn camera. Myself, I don't have a body-worn camera assigned to me, but I have access to view the footage. So that's the bulk of the agreement. This will also include a dash cam, so to speak, that's going to go in our jail van. That was a previously agreed project from the council, and this will include a dash cam that Axon provides that will integrate into evidence.com, which is what retains all of the evidence that's collected in the body-worn cameras. So in that regard, those are the two things that I don't think are too contentious. The additional components are the DFR, the drone as a first responder, that was previously authorized at a council meeting in June, and that is using money that was provided by the County of San Bernardino to purchase the majority of a DFR program that will bolster the real-time information center. So DFR is a drone first responder. We get a call for service. Instead of sending an officer to check out a fight in progress or somebody prowling at a business, we can launch a drone from the police station. We can confirm whether or not the call for service still merits an officer to respond. If it doesn't, we can close the call out, reducing our calls for service because it keeps an officer out in the field available for a call to respond. So it'll not only will it respond to those types of calls quickly, but it will also allow an officer to be freed up to respond to additional calls. So I hate to use the cliches, it's a force multiplier, it genuinely is. In addition to that, we could use it for emergency management situations. If fire sparks up in an area where we can't get an officer to put eyes on it, if we can't get the fire department to put eyes on a location, we have the aerial view of that. And I don't think there's much debate in terms of having a different perspective of situations as they're going down. We talk about bird's eye view, and that's what the drone gives us. 4th of July, being able to effectively observe who's lighting a firework and in a high fire area. There's myriad reasons why a drone as a first responder is a genuine use of police resources. And then finally, the additional component of this is an ALPR replacement to what we currently have. Our FLOC agreement expired in March. This will supersede that agreement, and operating under Axon's version of that ALPR. So in that regard, it integrates with the ecosystem that we have. It's a little bit more cost effective. And as fiduciaries, that's something that we look at, you know, obviously open to council's ultimate vote, so. yeah.
Thank you.
And I apologize if I missed something, but
No,
Yeah.
no, thank you. Councilman Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. So this eliminates our, just repeating what you just said, so this eliminates our contract, any connection with Flock.
yes, ma'am. So to answer that, our agreement with Flock ended in March. As the citizens have rightly stated, we had an agreement from March of last year. It was a one-year agreement. It was not renewed.
Who owns the information that Axon will collect from us?
Oh, it is assigned to our evidence locker. There's a program that Axon has. It's called evidence.com. If I refer to it as e.com, I apologize. That's what we call it in the business, but it's retained within our unlimited data within the Axon vault.
In looking at the contract, one of the things that I see is there's a $2 million clause for any type of security breach. In the time that we've been with Axon, have we had any issues with security breaches or I know like the county did when they were hacked, so how have we fared?
Yeah, we've been lucky that we haven't. Our IT department, both in the police department and in the city, are very diligent on those things. And that is an insurance clause that they have in case our evidence is breached. We haven't had any issues with Axon, and that's part of why we trust that relationship to keep our evidence. I mean, it's not just video of, you know, people driving down the street. I mean, this is what we use to present in court to adjudicate cases. So it's genuine evidence that we have to retain appropriately.
So how long does data, let's say license plates, how long does that data stay retained in the system?
So our department policy indicates that we keep it for up to 1 year. Obviously, if it's for evidentiary purposes, say that we, during the course of that year, that we discover that it's necessary to keep it longer, like evidence, we would keep it for the term of the statute of limitations for those whatever type of case that is.
For only evidence, what about for non-evidence, just general recording?
Up to 1 year, and that's dependent on if there's any data limitations.
Well, what do you retain for no more than 30 days?
The video is something that we would retain for no more than 30 days. We might not even retain it for that long, depending on how big the files are.
Clarify that, the video. Any just general recording video, non-evidentiary, would just be on a rolling loop every 30 days that you don't need to cut and put aside?
Correct. We may discover that it's not evidentiary immediately, and in that case, we won't keep it forever. But the positive of this particular agreement is that any information that we ingest through Axon, we have the ability to store it forever if we deem it necessary.
Gotcha. And now, the 4.1 million that we're seeing, these are already existing contracts. We are not expending any additional funds. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager, other than the service agreement?
So we have some agreements. So for instance, we have a variety of things. We have one, the 4.15 million is for 5 years, first of all. So that's not for a one-year contract, that's 5 years. It is to implement, for instance, the county funding, formally implement the county funding, which was for the drone as a first responder, and also for the grant funding for which program was the grant funding for? The grant funding was for?
I apologize. I was.
The drone as a first responder was from the county, and then the grant funding was for which program again?
To pay for the entirety of the contract.
For the real-time crime.
Yeah.
Yes. The drone is a first responder, so I understand the need, like the idea of, I think Ms. Cersei earlier discussed, hey, we get these funds and we can only use them for certain things. This is one of those situations. So we got an endowment from the county for $562,000, and that was specifically earmarked for the DFR program. So we're using it toward that. The bulk of that is going to be, and all of that is year one. And the bulk of that is going to be paid for from that grant. We also have what we normally budget for body-worn camera because we've had it for about 10 years now. We were one of the earlier adopters of body-worn camera. We have that in our general budget to pay for body-worn camera, so that's included in this. And then the final component is Citizens Options for Public Safety. It's another COPS abbreviation, but this particular one is a state endowment that comes in every year. It's based on the size of a population, so it's a very predictable number, and that number historically will be enough to cover this amount going forward.
Okay, so we're not pulling money out of the general fund, is basically where I'm at. So you've shown all the different allocations, which is.
Yes, and to touch on that point as well, and I apologize for going into this narrative, the Citizens Options for Public Safety, again, has to specifically be used for frontline police or technological equipment. It can't be used for other things. So it has to be used for this sort of thing.
Right. So the only portion that's not grant funded is how much? How much is coming out of just our general fund?
I have it in my phone. Let me
Okay. I mean, because I know the body cams are already budgeted.
Mostly general fund. The body cam, I think, is
Right.
primarily general fund. And the tasers, yeah, but the body cam,
But that's that's a general repeat funding.
yeah,
right?
that's a
Yeah.
repeating funding
Yeah,
that
that's a
we have
PD
been
budget.
doing for
Yeah.
years, correct?
Yeah. So I'm talking like new. To do this, is there any new withdraw from us?
The only new is that we're adding a few body cams,
Okay.
so that is new. But other than that, the other programs are through grant funding or county funding.
Okay, cool. Okay. I did hear something about, oh, I'm sorry, did you have that number?
Adopted budget allocated for body-worn cameras at the department, we have $250,000 every year. And then the balance will be out of the COPS funds.
Okay, cool. We had heard a public comment about potential AI use and creation of, I want to say like evidence reports or anything that you're writing, because I guess the true fact of like AI hallucination.
Yeah.
How does that factor in for you guys?
So without going into the, into Axon's product in that regard, if we were to use something to create a report, it still has to be vetted by the officer, and the officer still swears to it. So even if, for instance, that the AI says, it was a red car, if the officer, no, it was a blue car, officer would just correct it. And that goes in line with our AI policy.
So are you, I guess in that, I mean, I would tell you as a professor, you'd be surprised like how many people like just AI stuff and then turn it in like it's their own.
I wouldn't be surprised. But
Yeah,
yes,
so I guess in a world where it makes it a lot easier, what are the secondary precautions or steps that we're taking in policy to make sure that we don't become technologically lazy in our jobs that AI helps us do? So what is your safeguard in that?
Well, the safeguard is that the officers need to attest to the truthfulness of the report. And the safeguards are already in place by the state. If you're untruthful in your job, you stand to risk.
If you
lose
keep
your
disrupting,
license.
you'll be escorted out, please.
I think that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Ibarra?
Yes, thank you. We're going to finally have the discussion. So when I saw this, all I saw is that there was an application requesting the $4.15 million, and I wasn't sure what it was. You mentioned right now buying new body-worn cameras, replacing old ones for the staff. What is the actual number, though, that the city's going to bring up? You said $562,000 is what we're paying, not the $767,000 purchase order?
The number for what? I'm sorry.
I'm seeing here that we're being asked to authorize the Director of Finance and Management Services to issue a purchase order
Oh,
to
yes.
Axon. We're paying them $767,000. What is that for exactly?
That's for the first year of the agreement.
Correct, but what does it entail? Like,
And
what does it
so
have?
this is all subscription-based. So that will get us the additional cameras, the body-worn cameras, the additional licenses. It'll get us the 3 DFR drones that are going to be deployed, and then the ALPR cameras that will be placed in, high-crime areas, downtown locations of the city.
Do you have any exact numbers of how many body-worn cameras or do you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So the way that we did it was the first year, it will be at 300 body-worn cameras. and then it will scale up every year of the agreement by 7 body-worn cameras to coincide with additional hirings to the final year of 328.
328
Yes, yes,
total
ma'am.
body-worn cameras that we'll have in our police force
Correct. And that also includes licenses.
for
And then-
every camera. I saw that.
For every camera.
Yes.
And then that also includes replacement, either every 2 years for the cameras, or if they come out with a new version of the camera.
Okay. Then the other question I had here then, because we're just adding 7 per year. I did the math and it comes out to $830,000 a year that we're paying Exxon, correct?
Yeah, if you just divide it by
With this-
5, yeah, correct.
It wouldn't make sense that, we're getting the 300 upfront the first year, and then every year we're adding 7 to our current inventory of body-worn cameras. How expensive are their licenses?
Let's see.
That's a lot of money.
So the licenses are, for the first year, it's 37,000, but it's the storage of the video per camera.
Even
And-
though we're just keeping it for a year?
And so the body-worn cameras are unlimited storage. We keep those and they can stay unlimited. They can come off after a year, but because it's body-worn camera footage from a case that you never know when you may need,
Right.
those usually stay in there longer. The ALPR camera data, and this is a clarification that Captain Carrington noticed, was we keep the ALPR data for 30 days. The policy says up to a year, but we only keep it for 30 days.
Only for 30 days?
On the ALPR data, yes.
Okay, because I know firsthand that when somebody gets a ticket and they're on the body-worn camera, they got to go to court within 6 months.
Right.
So you're saying 30 days, and
No.
if they
So,
go to court?
If I can clarify on that, ALPR is not body-worn cameras. So the body-worn cameras are going to be longer because the 6 months, they can be up to a year, they can be longer, because anything that has to do with evidence or anything that has to do with investigations, and that is body-worn camera. ALPR is only about reading the license plate, and that's only for the real crime or some other form, and that's the 30 days, because
So
it
that's the
doesn't have to
difference.
do with investigations. So the ALPR disappears after 30 days.
Okay, and then just for the community here, I know for the flock camera, there was some information I had found out that they connect their data to federal agencies, to other state agencies, without our local police knowing they have access to this information. Have you found any information about Axon doing the same as the flock cameras?
So,
Having other contracts with other agencies and that have access to any local jurisdictions?
so a couple of points. The flock data specifically is locked out from being shared with federal agencies. There's several California regulations. There's the California Civil Code that prevents us from sharing with other agencies outside of California. The California Values Act that doesn't allow us to share with federal agencies the AOPR data. And our sharing of the data with other agencies is limited to in California only. We have-
Correct. The issue would not be with our police department. That's not what I'm saying. I understand you guys would try to do good for the community by
see.
not releasing that information. However, there are agencies on the federal level and state level that have access, they have contracts with these camera vendors to access whatever information they want on their clouds. That is something that I've discovered from the flock cameras. Whether, and like I said, our police will not be, you guys have said it, we're not gonna release that information to federal agencies, but there are agencies that have contracts with these camera providers to access that information without us knowing or PD knowing. And I just wanna make sure that you don't we don't have the same situation with the Axon cameras. I haven't done a lot of research, to be honest, for Axon, because we have had those body-worn cameras for a while. But given the state of the whole the nation, with immigration, targeting, residents and families throughout the whole United States, that's the concern that we're having. And so, like I said, I know our PD will do the best that they can to not release that information, but it's those outside agencies that have contracts with these providers that will give them that access, whether we want to give it to them or not. They automatically have that access.
Yeah, I have no information on that, so I wouldn't know.
This is why I was asking for like a more discussion, robust discussion, because there's information, cybersecurity, it's big. And like I've told some of the speakers here, I've told them even our own iPhones surveil us daily in and out of our homes. It's something, it's a breach of our securities, but it's kind of like a double-edged sword. We want to catch the criminals in a timely manner, investigate, but at the same time, there's also information being grabbed by other outside agencies without our own agency knowing. That's the concern that the community has.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a quick question. This has been a contract that's been in existence since 2017, is that correct? And in that, it's in the backup. It specifically states 2017. So it's been almost 10 years, so 9 years.
Correct.
Within that 9 years, has there been any instances of information sharing or breaches of security within that 9 years?
No, not from Axon.
So in the whole 9 years, there has been no breaches of security or confidential information being leaked, or any other jurisdictions or departments getting information that was obtained through SBPD?
Not without us allowing them to have it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just want to thank you guys for like the impromptu presentation. I know that it was really putting you on the spot, but just we hear the residents and the community have their concerns, so we just wanted the transparency and the reasoning for why there's such a high dollar amount. And so just to wrap it up, so essentially the biggest portion of this, it's the network and services that it provides us, which is license increases, body-worn camera, dash cams, and the DFR. So we're tying it all into the network, and then the non-network component is just the CEDs, correct?
Yes, so so that we're on the same page, body-worn cameras and additional licenses, one dash cam for the jail van, because it'll have interior cameras, so that, we're safe on that aspect. The DFR addition and the AOPR transition as well. Yeah. And, we are still going to have access to the flock data that is our data from the previous agreement. We just don't have a current agreement with them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? And then I do have some comments. And so just to reiterate, so the public, and thank you, Council, for allowing to have this discussion, because it just helps as we're hearing from the public. Sometimes they just need to be educated and informed. And so thank you, staff, to spend some time to discuss this to the Council and answer questions. You just said it earlier that there are also additional barriers by the state that we cannot be sharing information, data, say, to ICE or to what have you, right? Because that is not lawful under the state law, nor are we even doing that. Would that be accurate?
No, correct. So for one, California Civil Code 1798 specifically states the disclosure of the data and to whom it can go. Our own Lexipol policy says that we can't share it with federal agencies. And then the California Values Act, which was SB 54, it prevents state and local law enforcement from sharing it specifically for the purpose of immigration, so therefore DHS and ICE. So there's already laws in place that keep us in our lane.
Thank you. And what is Lexipol? Because I know you know what
I'm
that is.
sorry.
I
Yeah,
know what
and
that is.
apologize. Lexipol is our internal policy, and it's posted online for anybody who wishes to peruse. It's a boring read, but
So it's a policy of the
there.
police department that is online, available to the public
Yes.
to access, right, for transparency.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. And again, the funds that is disclosed in the staff report, this is grant funded?
The
Right.
bulk of it is,
Bulk
yes,
of it, and
ma'am.
then county funds, but not general fund, not city funds.
Well, I want to make sure, there is certain city general funds that are in it because we've been doing it year after year for all these years. For body cam, for instance, we do have a portion of general fund that does pay for body cams.
But it's very small.
So for body cams, it's about 250,000 a year is what we do.
Okay, again, just re-emphasizing to the public, the costs and so forth. Any other comments?
Yeah, Mayor, if I can.
Yes.
And I do want to touch, we are not, if this gets approved, the ALPR data will be input only into Axon. We may still have access to the data from Flock because it's the data that we have subscribed to. But moving forward, at this point, it will just be the ALPR data going to the Axon ALPRs.
Thank you for clarifying that. Not seeing no other comments, is there a motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Sanchez?
that was already my motion. It was the alternate motion, to have the discussion and then take the vote.
Just for clarity, the alternate motion it did not include approving the contract. So if someone wants to make a motion to approve the contract, now
That
is
was
the
my
time.
understanding, yes.
And the alternate motion that was approved, it would require staff to come back with another discussion about it, but that's separate from approving the contract. We still need a motion on that.
Thank you. I need a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you for the second. Madam City Clerk? Yes, Councilmember Sanchez?
Just a little
Surratt?
clarification. I think the only, from my perspective, I think what my colleague is looking for is some sort of a report later. And is that clear? I mean,
Yes.
it's just,
Yes.
it's an
staff-
update that would be done on a relatively regular basis, just to see how the system is working.
Doing, yes. So staff has already noted that.
Okay,
Yes, so
thank
this
you.
motion is to take action on the contract.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Motion passes 6-1 with
Thank you.
Councilmember Barr for
Thank
the
you, staff,
opposition.
for your patience. Thank you so much. And thank you, council. Thank you to the public. Moving on to the next item that was pulled, I believe, 15? 15 got pulled?
Yes, 15. My questions that I had, this is for the storm drain on the northwest corner of Linwood and 23. I think that's the 4th ward, if I'm not mistaken. And I think, maybe staff can confirm, is that area surrounded by county pocket or Highland, the city of Highland?
It's within the city limits.
Correct, it's
yeah.
the city limits,
Right,
but
right.
right across the street from that area, it's grayed out on our city map. Is it county pocket
If it's grayed out, it should be county pocket.
or
yes.
city of Highland?
Without looking at the GIS, Council, I cannot give you that,
No.
if it's within the county or the city of Highland. Yeah.
Is there any way we can talk to whoever is in those proximities to see if we can do like a collaboration agreement? It's a storm drain. Yes, it's city limits, but it also affects that other area.
So you're talking about a major storm drain project in the neighborhood, which have to be
Correct.
incorporated into future CIP. We could establish those communications with either the county or the city of Highland. We can do that.
Awesome. That would be amazing. Those were my only questions
Okay,
I have.
sounds
I'll
good.
move to approve.
Thank
And-
you. Councilmember Sanchez, did you have a question?
Second, but I will, with a comment, this is a city easement. This isn't county, this isn't the city of Highland. This is city, and a city easement, it's the responsibility of the city.
Correct. Let me explain this, how it works. This is a drainage easement that takes sheet flow from Dumbarton, which is the cul-de-sac location, through the church property, all the way down to Linwood. The pipe that exists with that easement collapsed. So this project here is to go in on the site and fix the pipe so we can avoid future litigation in case people fall through the hole of the pipe itself.
Exactly. It's entirely our responsibility. It's our easement. It's our water line. So I know you were eager to talk about body-worn cameras. Did you want to talk about those two or not?
No, it's been a long day, Council. I've been here since
Thank
6
you.
o'clock.
Councilman Ortiz?
No, I just want to echo that sentiment. It's all city. So, and I appreciate, I think we had talked about like the contingency reductions, and so I just like the amount of 19,000, because you've been doing a good job with that, so thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. I believe there's a motion out there. There's a motion?
Yeah, there's a
There's
motion.
a second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette, Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion items, number 17, California's Creative Economy Strategic Plan. I'd like to invite Alejandro Gutierrez Chavez from Creative Economy of California to begin his presentation.
All right, good evening. Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and I'll keep this as brief as possible. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Alejandro Gutierrez Chavez, and I'm your Executive Director of the Arts Council of San Bernardino County, and actually one of the Creative Economy Work Group members that helped develop the first ever sector-specific plan for the creative economy at the state. Next slide, please. A little bit about ourselves. We're your Arts Council. We serve across the county, and our home is here in the city of San Bernardino. We do arts education, workforce development, public art programs, and also policy and advocacy for the arts at the local, state, and federal level. Next slide. So today, the goal is to present so that you all have reference points on some information of the first ever sector-specific plan for the creative economy that the state legislature approved in October of last year, so that you have it and you're able to get some information that could guide and support some decision makings when it comes to economic development. During the process when this was developed, we work group members, along with a lot of community members that know it to be true, the creative economy is an economic development strategy. It's not something that's a cherry on top of a cake. No, the creative economy is actually the second largest industry in the state of California and is a leading sector growth across the state. From 2009 to 2019, the creative economy, specifically the media sector, outpaced overall economic growth by more than double. It was actually one of the leading sector growths. And we expect that to continue at the state level. Next slide. I'll be relatively quick. Some context. This was approved through AB 127 in 2024. Next slide. The goal of the plan was five-pronged, really, is to ensure that the state of California remains the creative capital of the United States, not only the United States, but is competitive across the globe. Ensure that we are retaining talent for the creative economy. Ensure that communities who may have not had access to high-paying jobs in the creative economy, we're looking at workforce development and creating jobs in places that didn't have access to those high-paying jobs, and find ways for the community to export some of their services, whether it's virtual services, to a global audience. Next slide. So a little bit about the planning process. Next slide. This was a three-phase approach. We're now in the third phase, approaching the third phase. So I'll go a little bit of the planning process that took place in 2024 to 2025. Next slide. First, the state legislature and the governor of California, Governor Newsom, put together a Creative Economy Work Group. This composed of industry professionals and thought leaders across a variety of different sectors, from philanthropy, education, workforce development, our universities from Stanford, elected officials, artists, culture bearers, and nonprofit leaders. Next slide. This is the group of individuals that was selected. I was extremely grateful to be selected by the governor. I was actually the only representative from the Inland Empire that served on this table. And from that experience, I will say that we are really leading a lot of this work on how we are developing a creative ecosystem in different parts that people don't really think about the creative economy outside of LA and the Bay Area. Next slide. So this was a three-pronged approach. We met continuously for a year and a half. We contracted a leading research organization called Institute for the Future. We went through 3 different sessions, from focus groups to understanding different businesses that are leading the work. We went from a lens that really did a lot of deep level dive on foresight. Then we did an analysis, and then we did an action plan. Next slide. And then this really was just to ensure that we're centering what does it mean when we talk about the creative economy. Next slide. And this slide I think is really important. When we talk about the California's arts and culture sector, I think a lot of folks think about it as, okay, it's the businesses, it's the artists, but really we think about it through these 3 lenses. We think about it as the people, the artists, the culture bearers, many of them who come and support the city with their murals, such as Christian Flores with his murals, Freddie Calderon, West Side Story, a lot of different artists. There's also the institutions such as your community centers. They are part of the creative economy. They are actually an economic driver. Also centers like ACOMA as well, the Garcia Center, those institutions are part of that fabric. And then lastly is place. These include our parks. This includes our spaces that hold creativity, such as Soul Alley, the deep investment that happened there in downtown. That also is part of the creative economy. Next slide. And then when we were thinking about how do we position these 3 sectors to ensure their growth and their sustainability now into the future, we looked at different future forces that could be impacting them to thrive. One of them was mental health. We were coming out of a pandemic. We knew that that was really impacting especially the performing arts. We're looking at affordability and livability. Artists were being continuously displaced. We're thinking about what does it mean to be a working artist, and what does affordability mean? Climate change also, because if there's artists that vend or do outside performances, what does it look like if it's too hot to go outside and to work? And so starting to think about policy levers to support artists and think about climate change. Also thinking about AI technology. This happened during a time where AI wasn't as exponential growth as it is now, but we were thinking about that. And all the different future forces. Next slide. This slide is really busy, so I'll go into the slide after this that talks about the 6 different sectors. Sweet. I'm going to stand right here.
You have to be next to the mic, because
All right.
folks who are viewing remote won't hear you.
Sounds good. So there's 6 different goals for the Creative Economy Strategic Plan. And the first goal is to prepare and thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. That way I can talk about it in order.
I just want to be mindful of the time, so your 10 minutes have, yes, thank you.
Okay, so workforce development, stabilize growth of the economy, increase revenue generation, leverage all state opportunities and federal opportunities. I think that's really important to also track ROI, and then develop state capacities and infrastructure to support this vital ecosystem. Next slide. And then I'll go just towards second phase is what we're doing now, sharing the plan. Next slide. Next slide after that. And then now we're really in a state where how do we support local jurisdictions such as the city of San Bernardino to implement and take what is needed what isn't needed. Ultimately, the local community knows how to evolve and nurture the creative economy. So we're here just as thought partners. And this is a research paper that I will also send, which is about 57 pages long and has a lot of other data. This is just a PowerPoint that you have with you. And I'll stop to see if there's any questions. You could go towards the end. Next slide, or just all the way to the end? Just questions and answers. Yeah, Dr. Oh.
Yeah. Yes,
Are you almost done, or did you want to?
I thought he was done.
Is it,
Yeah, so.
you're taking questions now?
Yeah, I'm done.
Councilman Ortiz?
Oh, I just wanted to thank you for this presentation. I think it's extremely informative, and where we need to be in alignment with arts and with the future and design vision is just really great. And I appreciate you taking the time to lay that out for us and be here tonight. I know it's been a long night, so thank you very much for that.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Ibarra?
Yes, thank you, Alejandro, for your presentation. I don't know if you knew, I heard through a historian just recently that the 6th Street was supposed to have been an arts district. Have you heard about that?
I have not.
That's why there's that big welcome sign on 6th and I think G or H.
Oh, yes, the
It was
downtown.
supposed to be an
yeah.
artistic district in downtown. And I don't know if there's something in the plans. I know we had speakers saying about East Street corridor being the arts corridor, but the city back, I don't know how many years ago or decades, they wanted that 6th Street to become the art district.
And so that's a great question. So this plan does highlight one of the local levers in policy that the local jurisdictions can do is to designate their own cultural district. The state also has a process for that, which we've been in partnership with the city to designate the East Street corridor, which also encompasses that area all the way to G. So it's vast. And really it's looking at economic clusters, seeing what existing economic clusters are there, what cultural assets, and how do you protect and uplift it, and use that for cultural tourism and support artists, and which has a huge ROI. We know the creative economy is a multiplier effect. For every dollar that you spend in performing or performing arts showcase, whatever it may be, you get $3 in return because of the ripple effect of, if I go to a show, I also go to eat. If I go to eat, I also bought an outfit. Or I may be staying and traveling out of town and staying in you get TOT taxes for those who are traveling out of town. But yes, that's a strategy that's in the plan that could be leveraged.
Okay, and having been from Santa Ana and going back to Santa Ana, 4th Street became the art district for them. I've seen the impact in Santa Ana, and I would like to see that here in San Bernardino. We just, like everything in our city, we have to build it up. We have to get started eventually. So what's your goal for today?
My goal is that the council has this report and that sees that a lot of the goals in, for example, the Parks and Rec Master Plan, the cultural elements, the work that's already been happening is in alignment already. And there's things we could leverage within this plan to support investment, not only from the state, federal government, but also in private philanthropy. So the ROI is there. It's just having, yes, as a way for us to use this as a potential strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a quick question because, and thank you for the presentation.
course.
When I was a resident, I went to many meetings with your predecessor, Jenny Kane. She even did a tour of downtown that was really insightful. So thank you guys for your contributions to the city of San Bernardino. I know you guys have been partners here for quite some time.
Thank you.
You mentioned the legislation AB 127. Are there current state allocations specifically for creative economy, being that this was a legislative act?
That's a great question. So during the time when this was originally proposed, it was just for the research and development. Right now, at the state level, we just came back from Sacramento the week of April 20th, and we're advocating for the largest increase of funding, specifically also for the cultural districts and the implementation of this plan. It's the state's 50th anniversary for the Arts Council. So the advocates are asking for 1 million for each year that it's been in existence. And so right now there isn't, but we're hopeful during the May revise that there will be funding for implementation.
Thank you for that. And I just would like to add, I do agree as far as the value that arts and culture do bring. And as a city as historic as the city of San Bernardino, there's so much culture here that is genuinely embedded in our city. I would like to welcome this further discussion when we come back and have that overall strategy, goal setting, and we really focus in on economic development to see really how arts and culture really aligns with that discussion and how we can better incorporate that into our future plans. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you all
so
for
much.
your
This is
leadership.
received from file
Appreciate
and does not require a vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to item 18, introduction of ordinance MC 1665, amending chapter 8.60 fireworks and chapter 8.61 prohibited fireworks of the San Bernardino Municipal Code to add social host regulations and cost recovery provisions to the city's fireworks laws. Could we begin with staff's presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. William Lampe, Senior Management Analyst for the City Manager's Office. And the ordinance before you, just as you stated, Mayor, is to add social host regulations for the city's firework laws. And essentially what these regulations are basically additional enforcement tools and a cost recovery mechanism that law enforcement can use when they're actually enforcing our fireworks laws. So I'm going to try to go over this rather quickly and briefly, but I'll begin with a very brief overview of our current laws and the difficulty enforcing those laws, and then how the social host ordinance kind of alleviates those burdens, as well as some additional provisions that are included in the ordinance itself. So very quickly, and one thing I want to say is that this ordinance does not change our existing laws with regards to the usage of safe and sane fireworks. So the city currently allows safe and sane fireworks to be used during a very specific time frame of the year in very specific areas, and this ordinance does not change that. What it does is it allows for the police department to have some additional enforcement mechanisms to cite people for unlawful use of safe and sane fireworks. And the same thing also applies to the dangerous fireworks. So we have safe and sane regulations and then an entire prohibition against dangerous fireworks. And so this is going to have some additional enforcement mechanisms for those provisions. Now, with the city's current firework laws, one of the difficult aspects of enforcing them is it typically requires the police, the law enforcement officers, to actually catch the person in the act of lighting the firework. And considering the very nature of fireworks, which can happen very quickly and very sporadically, yes, they happen maybe all over the city, but in any one single location, they can be quickly discharged and very sporadic in their use, which makes it very difficult for law enforcement to adequately identify the person who's discharging those fireworks, because that's what they need to do in order to make an arrest or issue a citation. And the way a social host ordinance alleviates that is by removing that burden and having the property owner or the tenant or whoever's in control of the property from which those illegal fireworks are being discharged from, they would now be held responsible. And this eliminates that burden of having to catch the person in the act. You just have to locate the property that was in violation, and you hold the property owner or the tenant responsible. And this is all based off a legal principle called strict liability. And this legal principle basically establishes that you will be held liable whether you did it or not because it happened on your property. So regardless of your intent, regardless of your knowledge, negligence, or lack thereof, or whatever the case may be, if it happens on your property, you will be held strictly liable. And with this whole concept of strict liability and the ability to cite property owners or tenants or organizers who have control over a property, now the police department can start using drones in their enforcement. And to kind of give you an idea of how that would work, and please excuse the somewhat crude animation, so you could deploy a drone, and the police department would deploy maybe 3 drones in like sensitive areas or hot spots, and they would monitor those areas like north of the 210. And when you have a house start to begin discharging illegal fireworks, the drone can then kind of zoom in, with their recording and get an adequate surveillance of that property to be used as evidence. And that evidence can then be used to cite the property owner, the tenant, or whoever has control of that property for that illegal discharge under that strict liability principle. Now, specifically for this ordinance, those that would be held liable, those that would be basically defined as the social host, would include the property owners based off the most recent assessment roll. You would have your tenants or renters, anyone with a contract agreement to use or possess that property. You would also have organizers, people who are conducting gatherings, or other types of permit or license holders to have control over public or private property, because sometimes you can have organizers who have a permit to use a property, public or private, and they would then be held liable for the illegal discharge of fireworks on those properties, because they are the ones who are now under control of it with that permit or license. And for the purposes of this strict liability purpose, these strict liability rules, the areas of liability, for lack of a better term, would be the property itself, which is obvious, but it also includes the sidewalk that is adjacent to the property and the street as well, because most people go off into the sidewalk or the street to launch their illegal fireworks. It doesn't necessarily happen on the property itself. So this ordinance takes that into consideration. And when you have a drone overhead and you can see where those people are coming back and forth from as they go back inside to get more beverages or whatever, that would all be used in order to hold them accountable, for that property owner to be held accountable. Now, in order to make sure that certain organizations aren't unfairly targeted, there are certain entities that are not included in the social host. This would be the government entities, the school district, because you could have people just go onto a school parking lot and school's out for summer where they would not be held liable. So the school district would be excluded, as well as other political subdivisions, which could be special districts. So government entities, the school district, and political subdivisions are not included in this definition of a social host. Additionally, you have some other exemptions, which would be a licensed pyrotechnic operator. So they're going to be launching dangerous fireworks, but they have a state license to do so. Those are your professional and permitted fireworks displays. Any conduct permitted under state or federal law. So transporting dangerous fireworks as permitted under state or federal law for whatever those purposes are, obviously those are going to be exempt. Any social host who contacts law enforcement for assistance. So if you are a property owner, a tenant, or someone else in control of a property, like an event organizer, and the people on your property or under your control of that property start lighting off illegal fireworks, if that organizer or that property owner calls the police to request assistance to remove those unlawful discharges of fireworks, the people who are doing it, they're not going to be held liable because they are working with law enforcement to remove the problem. And finally, persons who are living in a multifamily property, an apartment complex, mobile home parks, or things along those lines, the tenants or renters will not be held liable for the illegal discharge of fireworks in the common areas, unless they're the ones who are doing it and they're caught. Now, with the additional provisions that are being added to this ordinance, these are additional provisions that other entities, other jurisdictions have included in their social host ordinance fireworks laws in the last several years. This includes liability for adults for the usage of fireworks by their children or children in their care. So you have that whole minor liability. So the adult of a child who is using illegal fireworks, that adult will be held strictly liable. And the adult does not have to be present when the child is setting off illegal fireworks. The adult will be held liable. You also have something called spectator liability, and this is something that a couple other cities have started to include. And this is where it's unlawful for any person to be knowingly present when illegal fireworks are being used. And it provides a certain radius, to be within 200 feet of the discharge, and it's not going to apply to law enforcement or city personnel who are acting in the course of their duties. And one thing I want to just kind of like make clear about the spectator liability is that this is not going to be like a blanket enforcement that law enforcement can just easily go out and use and cast a wide net. That's not the intention, and that wouldn't be an appropriate expectation for law enforcement. The reason why a lot of cities, or several cities, are now starting to include this is because there are certain situations where someone is contributing to this problem, but they are not the social host, and they're also not the person lighting the firework. They're somewhere in between, and so these spectator liability laws are being used to target specific situations where someone doesn't fit either definition. And so that is why it's also being included in here. Fontana recently included this on their social host ordinance that I think just now was adopted. And it's basically somewhat modeled off those street racing, street takeover issues where, you know, if you're someone who happens to be in the area and you see commotion going on and you're just curious, you're not part of the problem. But if you're someone who's actively contributing to it, like an agitator, where you're not hosting it and you're not the driver, but you're actively contributing to it, then you could be held liable. So that's what this is for. This ordinance also does some minor updates to our penalties. It maintains the existing fines. However, now social hosts will be, subjected to them. But it also makes it clear that these fines or these penalties are cumulative and not exclusive of one another. This means if more than one penalty applies, you can now apply more than one penalty. So if you have the criminal penalty, an administrative civil penalty, and then any state health and safety penalties or state penal code penalties, you could apply all of them through this. And it also updates our ordinance so that every discharge counts as a separate offense. This is something that a lot of cities are now starting to do in order to send a message. And when you look at how much people spend on illegal fireworks and how much they cost, a $1,000 penalty for 20 fireworks that are being launched into the air, that $1,000 penalty is rather minor compared to how much they actually spent on fireworks to begin with. So that's something other cities have started to implement. And then finally, probably somewhat important considering we're coming to a budget season, is the cost recovery mechanism. So this is something that several cities have started to implement where you can now bill those who are being cited for the full response cost that law enforcement had to endure in responding and citing you for these violations. This would include the full salary, benefit, and administrative costs for dealing with this violation. So the time it takes you to get there, the time it takes you to at the scene to arrest or cite them, and then all the administrative work behind the scenes to follow up with it, any medical costs for an officer who's injured, any repair costs for damage of public property or the city's property, and also the cost of the disposal of any fireworks that have been seized. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Hopefully I didn't spend too much time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
I have Councilman Ortiz, followed by Ibarra, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, so who's in charge? So let's say the drones go up. Who's writing the tickets? How long do you have to write the tickets? And then who's enforcing payment?
So for the drones, so the police department's going to be using the drones. And the way they have it planned currently, provided this gets approved, is that, so saying 3 drones will be assigned to UAV operators, so your field operators, working on the fireworks suppression service. They will monitor calls for service, but focus their efforts on aerial fireworks in high fire areas and/or banned firework zones. Once a violation is observed, they will direct officers to the location for the citation to be issued. Now, with a social host ordinance, you don't have to catch the person lighting in the act. You can actually follow up later on. A lot of cities actually will mail them the citation, which I believe happened in Riverside. And so it doesn't require you to cite them right then and there at that instant. It's something that you can observe, record, document, look up who the actual property owner is, and then serve them the citation after the fact. So that is how the citation process typically runs with the social host ordinance in other cities. And with the follow-up in terms of cost recovery, so in this picture, this is a sample from an out-of-state city, but they have cost recovery provisions in their municipal code for responding to like DUIs or any other type of call. And typically it's handled through like a third-party vendor through the payment processing, and then any unpaid bills get sent to collections to the franchise tax board for follow-up.
So I just, okay, I mean, I get it, but like, we only, and I go back to this, we write tickets and we've only received like $9,000 in payment. So who's tracking that we're gonna get this money this time? Like, how do we make sure that, because truly, if you ignore the ticket, you're in a better position than if you follow through with it, is what we found in our data. So how do we make sure that this is enforceable, that we're collecting, and that, yeah, and that people are going to have to pay attention to their citation this time?
Yes, so with the issue with the lack of follow-through with current citations, so that's actually only specific to the administrative civil penalties. And code enforcement uses administrative citations, and they get paid rather well, in terms of the recouping of what was been fined. And that's because code enforcement is using a vendor called Data Ticket. That was an agreement that went to council in 2021, mid-September, the second meeting in September of 2021. And with that program, so code enforcement sends out the notice, they send out the fine and everything, and then they refer to Data Ticket for any follow-up notices and late notices, and when that payment never comes in, it's now late or delinquent, then Data Ticket will then submit them to collections. And so that is what's been working well for code enforcement. But the administrative civil penalties was never really brought on board through that program. And thanks to our code division manager, Christy, she kind of looked at the contract and she noticed that the provisions of that contract do allow administrative civil penalties to also be issued through Data Ticket. And so the solution that we're going to be doing to rectify this issue is use this existing vendor because it's already part of the terms of the contract, and we will now start sending those ACPs, those administrative civil penalty fines, through Data Ticket to be followed up on and then go through collections if they are never paid.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, William, for this, because where I live, for example, a lot of the fireworks go off out in the alleys, on the streets, and apartment complexes. And when there's many families in an apartment complex, it's hard to tell who actually lit up that illegal firework. So thank you for bringing this before us. And I think the questions, going off of Councilmember Ortiz, we want to know the success rate. Like how many, who's going to do it? So we're going to have the drones run by police department, right? Will that be connected to code enforcement to then contact those property owners?
No,
Or?
So the citation would be issued by the police department, and some of
Okay.
those, and depending on the nature of the violation, it could be a misdemeanor, or it could be an administrative civil penalty, which is more an administrative citation. And so that's going to be issued through the police department, and then the follow-through is going to happen outside of the police department to put things into Data Ticket for those follow-ups.
Okay, and I think the issue that we had in the past was nobody would do the follow-up. No, we didn't have staff available to go to those court hearings to charge whoever was, causing the illegal fireworks to go off. Just want to make sure that that is now handled through this new changes to the municipal code, where we don't have to have our officers go out to court hearings for people trying to defend themselves and say, nobody saw me do it, therefore I'm free, and they get their ticket dismissed.
So, like, let's say they issue an administrative civil penalty. That's going to be an easy one to use. So what happens is that the city will send out the notice about the violation. So the police department's going to, if they issue an administrative civil penalty, that's going to be a violation that's served to them either through the mail or in person at the door the next day, however they decide to do that. And then that person will have the opportunity to schedule for an appeal. We have a hearing officer, and if they decide to appeal, then the evidence is brought to the hearing officer, and the hearing officer will weigh the preponderance of the evidence and make a ruling. If if the appeal is successful, then obviously the administrative civil penalty gets wiped out. But if it's not upheld, if the appeal fails, then they are now owing that fine amount. And so they will receive a bill, and if they decide to ignore it, that citation is now going to be processed through Data Ticket for the follow-up. So Data Ticket will send some follow-up notices and then eventually send them through collections. through the Franchise Tax Board.
Correct, but those that want to appeal their ticket, they're gonna go there and they're gonna go to the court hearing or whatever hearing it is, if it's here locally. And that's the thing, we don't want to burden our staff further to go into those hearings. Will the videos then be presented then, instead of
So-
having staff attend?
So everyone has the right to due process. So if you are charging someone with a crime or even administrative civil penalty, and that person decides to appeal the administrative civil penalty, or if they're being brought into court, they get their time and day in court. So any criminal citation for fireworks is going to be like any other criminal citation for any other crime. So the city would still have to have the officers present their evidence, or the district attorney would actually be presenting it, but the police report, any testimony that might be required from the officer, they would still be required to show up in court, just like any other criminal court case. And same thing for an administrative civil penalty, because due process rights would still exist in that case, and so they would still have to have their evidence being presented.
Sorry, but that goes through the city attorney's office, right? That process?
The administrative civil penalties?
Yes.
Correct.
So that would go through that process. Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Any further questions from you, Councilwoman? No? Okay, Councilmember Sanchez?
William, you always do an exceptional job of presenting. Your slides are really good. The only thing I'd like to add before moving to approve is that we give some sort of fair notice to all the landlords. So every landlord registers with business registration, and every year they pay their business registration license. And I think that we need to give fair notice, because even responsible landlords may not be aware of this when this does pass tonight, and we need to make sure that they're given fair notice so that they can, in one fashion or another, notify their tenants that this is not going to be allowed and that they will be liable as well. And so I think it would be prudent of us, in order to avoid any sort of litigation in the future, that fair notice wasn't given, that we do that not well in advance, but definitely before the 4th of July holiday. So my motion would be to approve this social host ordinance and to include additional direction to staff to make sure that all landlords are notified before, I will say, not even just this 4th of July, but every year as notices go out for renewing business registration, that there be included some sort of notice that this law is in place and that tenants and landlords will be liable.
I'd like to second that motion, and I think that's a great addition. I think that's very fair. Thank you.
And if we could consider looking at the water bill or trash bill or anything that we already send out currently, so then we could just piggyback off of that by working with our partners. So then we're not having all these separate mail or notification. Might be helpful. Was there a question?
I
Councilmember
did want to
Ibarra?
add, instead of the landlords, just every single property owner, regardless, if that's okay, to send them notices. Even homeowners, because if they were to throw a party in their property and they're having people to blow up balloons, or not balloons, fireworks, then they should be noticed.
Staff, did you have a response? Because
We'll look at different types of
options, and
mailings.
you come back to us with what that looks like. Okay, perfect. Councilmember Sanchez, did you have a question?
Yeah, so this would have to come back for a second reading since it's an ordinance. Maybe by then you can just tell us how you can we can, pull it from consent just to give us a quick, hey, look, we can do business registration for the landlords, and with the water bill, we can notify all the other residents, because it's not just going to be landlords that are going to be liable. It'll be single-family homeowners who could also be caught in the crosshairs and say, well, I didn't know. So maybe some sort of hybrid between the water bill for most residents and then business registration notices for landlords.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, did you have another question, followed by Mayor Pro Tem?
No, that was it. I just want to make sure that we're also letting residents know what's going on. And then, social media is free. Put it out there. I mean, make a big deal of it, the signage and all of that stuff. So, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, and just She read my mind, so thank you. I know we have our fire chief out here, and you guys embark on marketing efforts around July 4th. So just maybe if you could add the new ordinance updates to the San Bernardino Municipal Code and your marketing efforts around July 4th, that would be very helpful as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're at the home stretch. Actually, did I have to read the,
Sorry, let me read the title.
would have to ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number 1665?
I'll move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh, sorry, it was to approve the staff's recommendation, and then
Yeah, which
also to
included
include
that.
so
That
it-
include- okay,
yeah, it
perfect.
include-
Second, move on.
But I need to read the title.
Oh, you need
Yeah.
to read the title.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
So-
Read the title.
An ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino amending chapter 8.60 fireworks and chapter 8.61 prohibited fireworks of the San Bernardino Municipal Code to add social host regulations and cost recovery provisions to the city's fireworks laws.
Thank you. Moving on to item 19, adoption of the San Bernardino Parks Master Plan.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to waive the presentation and move to approve. I think this is
And I will
really
second
wonderful.
that.
Yeah,
There's a motion second.
yes.
If there's no
And
questions.
just to add a quick comment, because we do have our former Parks and Rec Director, Liddy Gutfield, here. Thank you so much for coming. I know this was your baby. You initiated this. This was something very dear. So thank you for coming back to the city to celebrate this moment and to stay through the entire meeting. Thank you.
And I just want to echo that too, just real quick. I appreciate you guys through COVID, through all of, just every community meeting that you had, all the efforts in getting an opportunity to talk to you guys on the phone, and catching up. And, I don't have a park in the 7th Ward, but my residents, I think one thing they did say is how included they still felt in the discussion because of how much community outreach you guys did over all of these years and came to fruition with this. So just thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion second.
Yes. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
No, I want the whole presentation.
I was going to give you a 3-minute TED talk, actually, not the...
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
And Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council. And I just want to say thank you for coming out here, and that just speaks volume of the work that you have done for our city. It's been 25 years, is that correct?
Close. I was going to say, firstly, thank you all. The last time you had a plan was 2008. For context, Netflix was still mailing out DVDs at that time, right? These plans get to be updated every 5 years. It's taken 18. But kudos to Mayor, you, some of the council members who were there from the very beginning. Liddy, your baby, the staff, Vanessa seeing it through, Doug, and really the entire community, the kind of outreach and the way they've reached out as well. Money follows a plan, and you have a plan now, and the time is to implement. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Congratulations, San Bernardino. You have a Parks Master Plan now. Thank you, Council. We will now move on to council updates. Councilmember Ibarra.
None.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I want to give a huge shout out to a fellow Cajon Cowboy. That's my alma mater. I graduated from Cajon High School. Andrew Soriano. I was able to attend yesterday's school board meeting where they recognized Andrew. He has been, he received, a prestigious PGA golf management program spot at UNLV. There's only 16 allotted, and he was one of those 16. So huge kudos and shout out to Andrew. I also want to advise the 2026 CCAA baseball tournament is currently going on in our city. CSUSB is hosting it. It is in Councilmember Ibarra's ward at Fiscalini Field. CSUSB's baseball team uses Fiscalini Field, and they are proud host of that tournament right here in our beautiful city. So if you have an opportunity, they will be there until May 9th. Also, last week I had the opportunity to attend the ribbon cutting with Mayor Tran for the 215 Diamond Divergent ribbon cutting, which is a huge win for the city of San Bernardino when it comes to infrastructure projects. Projects like that definitely don't happen overnight, so I want to give kudos to our predecessors that initiated that project, that helped get it through, and all of the partners, SBCTA, Caltrans, for helping bring that fruition. I've heard nothing but positive reviews from my residents regarding it. It was a little scary. I drove it myself. I'm a little blind, so that might be why, but it's very easy. And again, it's just such a great addition in improving the traffic flow for the university area, which is home to Cal State University. And just to note, in Southern California, I believe we were the third city to be able to receive such a project. It started in 2020 with Manteca, and the second was Vallejo, and I believe we actually finished ours before them, even though they were the second to be awarded. So kudos to our Public Works team, SBCTA, Caltrans, and all the partners involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
Two things for me. First, one of the items that we approved tonight on the agenda, not very controversial, were the meeting minutes from back in late 2022. And so as I was reviewing it earlier today, I noticed one thing that was on there, and that was my initial proposal to work on changing the name of Secum Lake Park. And my understanding is that that is going to come back finally before the council in the coming weeks. I think first to the commission, the Parks and Historical Parks Commission, and the, what's the other one? The Historical Preservation Commission. And then it'll come for us for some sort of approval in some version or another. It takes time to do good things, and this is, I think, is the right thing to do. And I'm excited to finally be able to say my piece on this, just as we're about to complete work at the park and get ready for a grand opening. That's the first thing. The second thing is people very often come out here and advocate pretty loudly for the arts, but there is another component that another service that our city provides that doesn't have many champions, or very loud, boisterous champions. And that is our libraries and the outstanding work that they do. I believe that books shape people's minds, especially young people's minds, and transforms their lives. So I think in discussing investing in the arts, that we also need to talk about investments in expanding the library's catalog, both the physical books, but also very much the digital catalog. And so I want to continue to be an advocate for that as long as I'm here. So just know that that's what I'll be pushing for when there's all this talk about investing in our youth and our city residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, wanted to give a great shout out to Acoma Unity Center's Golden Agers, or the Golden Girls as I like to call them, for their Mother's Day tea brunch this last weekend. Super great to see them all out there. They have one member that's almost 100 years old, so super cool. And then attended the Cal State San Bernardino's Outstanding Undergrad and Graduate Award Ceremony as they come up to graduation. Awesome, go Coyotes. I also want to wish all of our mothers out there, residents, a very happy Mother's Day this coming up weekend. And then speaking of libraries, the Rowe Library is being resurfaced, so if you are trying to access a library, it is open during this time, but you will enter off of Lugo. So thank you, Lynn, and your team for moving. I know it's been a lot of years since this was coming forward, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you, Mayor. No announcements, but simply just wanted to wish a very happy Mother's Day to all the wonderful mothers out there who do so much great work. I don't know where I would be without my mother. She's put in so much work with me and my siblings as well. And well, yeah, that's true, right? Wouldn't be here, definitely that. But no, it's just to all the wonderful mothers out there. They do just great work, so much love into caring for their children. So just thank you and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. Last month, on the 25th, I attended the Earth Day tree planting event over in downtown San Bernardino. Got to plant my first few trees. That was exciting. So it's all along 4th Street, so I'll get to see those trees grow. Later headed on to the Arbor and Earth Day of Community Garden event with Parks and Recs. And then the following day, the Our Lady of Guadalupe San Bernardino celebrating their 100-year celebration. And it was just a full circle moment for being a youth leader in the youth ministry at that church and being able to present them with a certificate of recognition for celebrating their 100 years. And it was just, it was good. It was a good coming home moment for me.
Don't forget, a member of the Vatican was there.
Oh, yeah, and we had one of the bishops from the Vatican there, so we got visitors from Rome. It's exciting. San Bernardino. Yesterday, I attended the recognition of Gutierrez Park and KKC Little League with Supervisor Baca. Great event, great community coming together. It's always a good time. And then from there went to the recognition reception honoring Chief Gutierrez as our new San Bernardino City Unified School District Chief of Police. So have high hopes and excited for the work that's going to come and his involvement with our students. And lastly, just want to wish all the moms out there Happy Mother's Day, and also las mamás mexicanas, Feliz Día de las Madres, que también se celebra este domingo. Thank you for all that you guys do in supporting us, and we appreciate you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Charette?
Mayor, I don't have anything other than I will too wish all the mothers within the sound of my voice a happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. And I too just want to wish all the moms out there happy Mother's Day, and really keep, all of us on our toes. I just want to say thank you to staff. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for always helping us stay informed, to help make good informed decisions, especially when the public does need more information. So I just want to thank the staff for, your hard work and patience and keeping us informed to make good decisions as the body of the city of San Bernardino. So the meeting is adjourned. It is 10:32 p.m. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, and the Mayor and City Council acting as the San Bernardino City Housing Authority, and Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority will adjourn to the regular meeting to be held on May 20th, 2026 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92410. Closed session will begin at 4 p.m. and open session will begin at 5 p.m. and it is 10:33 p.m. Get home safely, everyone. Good night.